While the frigid winds and the freezing temperatures have yet to leave Boone, North Carolina, nothing will stop America's pastime here in the high country. Welcome into Jim and Betty Smith Stadium on the campus of Appalachian State University for some App State baseball right here on 90.5 WASU. I am David Katzenmaier, and joining me to my left is Bobby Phillips. The sun is out, it is shining. The wind will play a little bit more of a factor in today's game than it did yesterday, but for the most part, you couldn't ask for any better weather here to start March.
Oh, definitely. This is a really nice day here today. I was a little bit nervous looking at the broadcast here before the game today, David, about, the wind's coming in. How cold is it going to feel? But it feels kind of nice. We're in the sunshine, only a couple clouds in the sky, and that wind, it is blowing out towards outfield. So maybe that wind will help carry some balls over the fences today, and we can get some home runs.
We're hoping so, as the App State Mountaineers are ready to take the field in their black unis today with white pants, the App State script rolling across the chest. And if you didn't tune in for yesterday's matchup, it was a win for the Mountaineers to start things off against the Gardner-Webb run-in Bulldogs. As App State totaled 12 runs in that game. The bats were hot, pitching did what they needed to do. It's always these second games. Once these teams get their first real look in person, how can you counter? How can you bounce back? And App State, they're going to be throwing Caleb Marks out at the running Bulldogs to start. He's made 2 appearances so far for the Mountaineers this year, an 8.5 ERA to his name. First outing at Lenoir-Rhyne in a doubleheader against Queens, as that game was relocated from LP France Stadium in Hickory, North Carolina. Had himself a good start, and then in his next start against UMass Lowell last weekend, got beat around a little bit, so Marks looking to pick himself back up here for his 3rd start of the year.
And that's what you're going to typically see early on in the season. These guys are still getting used to the team, how everything's running this year, and taking these out-of-conference games to really find your footing is really important for these Mountaineers. So far this year, as you mentioned last game, they put up 12 runs. Well, nearly every game besides that first game against UMass Lowell, they put up a lot of runs on the board, but on the other hand, they've had a lot of errors out on the field. So this team on both ends are really trying to figure things out, where their identity is, how they're playing, and we'll see how they develop going into this game today.
4 errors were committed by both teams in yesterday's game. It was a 12-7 victory for the Mountaineers. App State 12 hits, Gardner-Webb 13. As we are ready to get things started, it'll be Lawson Knight, Merrick Carter, and Ryan Kennel due up at the top of the first for the running Bulldogs. App State, black tops, white pants for Gardner-Webb. Red tops and gray pants as the righty in Lawson Knight steps in. First pitch swinging is hit dead towards center field. Roaming back on it towards the warning track and making the catch is Dylan Moquin. So 1 pitch and a quick out, as the breeze today, we had mentioned it in the open, but it is blowing straight out of center field. Take the breeze, take the elevation, and some typical pop flies are going to turn into big flies.
Yeah, I'm definitely expecting some really exciting plays there today. If you just had a little bit better angle on there, I'm sure the wind could have carried it over the fence, but App State got away with that one early on.
Next up to step in is Merrick Carter, the second baseman, the only lefty on this Gardner-Webb starting 9, as he will take the first pitch for a cold strike. Braxton Church behind the plate for Caleb Marks. Juan Correa at first. Joseph Zamora at second. Second pitch is lined into center field. It's going to get down for a base hit. 2 hops in front of Moquin before he scoops it up. But the 2-hole hitter in Merrick Carter finds himself an easy single here in the first.
And great job of Carter getting on base early on. Got to bat 4 times last game against the Mountaineers. Scored 1 run, but 4 hits on the game. So very good at getting the ball up there and getting on base.
Up steps the right-handed shortstop in Ryan Kennel. Batting .231 so far on the year. 1 runner on, 1 away here in the top of the first. Still no score. Marks delivers, and an off-speed pitch is found back against the screen behind home. 0-1 the count. Pretty lively crowd here at Jim and Betty Smith Stadium. Probably sitting 60 to 70% capacity in the stands behind home, and the hill down the right field line always packed out on sunny days. Fastball misses high for Marks, so the count evens up at 1-1.
Definitely is a really good crowd here today, especially considering how cold it was supposed to be before the game, but feels pretty nice as long as you have a jacket on. I think you can stand it. A lot of fans coming out to support the Mountaineers for this season.
Mark's next pitch is an off-speed down in the dirt. I guess it's down in the turf here at Jim and Benny Smith as Beaver Field for the last 6 or 7 years has been lined with turf. Makes it a lot easier up here in the high country to maintain the grass, wouldn't you say?
Oh, it definitely does.
Mark's ready's the 2-1 on the way. Big lead over at first, but nothing comes of it. Marks pours in a strike, so it's a 2-2 count on Ryan Kennel. Dale Francis, the first baseman, stands in the on-deck circle. 2-2 count. Marks comes set. Lifts the leg, fires home, and off speed. Gets him swinging out in front. Caleb Marks picks up his first strikeout as he sends Ryan Kennel back to the dugout, 2 away here in the top of the first.
And that's definitely a great way to rebuild your confidence right there, David. After not so great game last time out for the Mountaineers, getting your first strikeout on the board hopefully can give them some momentum early on and can continue keeping the Gardner-Webb scoreless.
So here's Dale Francis, righty-righty matchup. Mark sets, delivers the first pitch, off speed down to the dirt. Braxton Church stands up, looks towards first. Correa had the bag covered. Continue your defensive lineup. It's Juan Correa at first, Joseph Zamora at second, Tyler Lichtenberger at shortstop, and Tyler Figueroa standing out on third. From left to right in the outfield is John Kramer, Dylan Moquin, and Riley Luft. Next pitch on the way. This one's batted heavily out towards left. Look up and see it fly. That ball is way out of here on a 1-0 count. Dale Francis, the only home run for Gardner-Webb yesterday, has the first home run for the Runnin' Bulldogs today, and quickly it's 2-0 Gardner-Webb.
And why not pick up right where you left off? As you mentioned, David had a home run last game, had a home run today, and that's not how you want to be starting if you are the App State Mountaineers. However, this team is very high scoring, so I'm expecting some to answer back, but right now if you're on the mound looking across, if you're Caleb Marks, you really want to find your comfortable pitches outside the zone and really not give up more contact in this inning.
Yeah, that ball was a breaking ball that was left out over the plate, and all Francis has to do is the cleanup hitter put a big swing on it. He's got a big frame himself, so Marks looks to reset against our new batter. First pitch misses high and outside as it'll be Garrett Macias stepping in. The designated hitter, batting .333 so far in the year. That pitch missing pretty much in the exact same spot, a fastball high and away for Caleb Marks. Marks from Murfreesboro, Tennessee, made the transfer into App State this season, making his third start here today. Another fastball misses above the zone, so you can kind of tell that Marks tried to hang the breaking ball against Dale Francis. That got taken out for a 2-run homer. Tried to start it on the left shoulder and creep across the plate. Left it hang a bit too much, and now all 3 pitches so far in this at-bat have missed high and outside, but collects himself here as he'll pour in a strike to make it a 3-1 count. 2 outs, nobody on. Gardner-Webb leading 2-0 off of 2 hits. Marks sets, lifts the leg, delivers, and that's a cold strike. Catches the top outside part of the zone on the right-handed batter of Macias. He thought he was heading down to first, but he'll have to step in for at least one more.
Yeah, he was definitely convinced that that one's going to be called a ball. Similar spot to those first 3 pitches.
Marks on the full count pitch. Macias sends that one into the stands. We'll try it one more time. That one's fouled straight back.
And I don't like the swing on that one. You could definitely tell he was reaching for the ball right there. You're ahead on the count 3-1. Why make it full? Instead, sit down, let it go out, and don't be reaching for him.
Fastball popped up into right field, trailing into foul territory, and it will be foul. It'll land out on the hill in right. Ball carried probably about 300 feet or so, but I think that what that swing was, Bobby, was before the foul ball we just had on that, I would call it a safety swing. Macias had seen 4 straight fastballs before that looping off-speed. Count still remains full. 2 outs. Marks delivers, and an off-speed pitch is batted out towards center. It's going to get down in front of Dylan Moquin. Moquin hesitated for a second, was debating if he tries to slide and get that or not, but plays it safe, backs up the ball off one hop, and Gardner-Webb 3 hits here in the top of the first as Macias stands over on first base, and it'll bring up Matt Ilgenfritz.
Definitely a lot of contact on the ball early on from the running Bulldogs. Right now, if you're Caleb Marks, you got to find a way to subside that. Yes, you have your fielders in the back, but that's not always going to save you. You need to get some guys off the plate and back in the dugout.
Marks delivers to the righty. This one down to the turf. Braxton Church once again doing a great job plugging it up behind the plate. So a 1-0 count on Ilgenfritz. Up to this point has appeared in 10 games, batting .324. Marks comes set at the chest, gives the nod into Church. Lifts the left leg, fires home, and another one stands up Braxton Church as a bouncing ball hits him right in the chest. 2 balls, no strikes on the redshirt sophomore.
And you can start hearing the Gardner-Webb dugout chirping a little bit as they're building some confidence here in the first inning.
2-0 Gardner-Webb leads, runner on first. Fastball catches the inside part of the zone. So 2 balls and 1 strike. 2 away in the inning. Dale Francis, their first baseman and the cleanup hitter, has Gardner-Webb 2-0 with an early home run. Marks delivers, and this one's batted out towards left, hit pretty well, creeping towards the pole, off the top of the wall. Fielding it cleanly in left is John Kramer. He fires one into third base. So advancing from first over to third is Garrett Macias. It is a double sliding into second for Matt Ilgenfritz. And right now, Caleb Marks getting batted around here in the top of the first as Gardner-Webb now 2 runners in scoring position.
And Marks definitely probably a little bit shaken up as his teammates are going out on the mound to have a quick chat with him in the first inning. Definitely not the start you want to see from the Mountaineers on the defensive end. 4 hits already here in the top of the first inning, 2 runs scored. And just overall, if you're Caleb Marks, you got to find something that's working for you. Otherwise, you might be having to look other places if you are App State.
3 of those hits, including the home run, came on the breaking ball. Fastball location's been pretty decent. He's been able to catch that outside corner for a called strike a good bit, but every time he's seemed to try and go back to that breaking ball, it's either been down to the dirt or he's left it hanging over the plate. So a long mound meeting here, and Marks emphatically spiking down the rosin bag. Going to go back for a second look at it now as everybody gets set. We'll introduce our new batter, Nick Capozzi, the right fielder, hitting 7th for the Gardner-Webb Bulldogs. Capozzi started all 11 games, batting .200 so far this year. Marks takes a deep breath, comes set at the chest, and delivers the first pitch home to the righty. It'll miss down and away.
Once again, hitting that outside of the zone. Right now, I think Caleb Marks is a little hesitant to throw those balls closer in the zone and trying to get them reaching a little bit more because there's been a lot of contact in this first inning.
1-0 turns to 2-0 as Marks misses high and outside with the fastball. 2-0 here in the top of the first. Gardner-Webb leading off of 4 hits here in the inning. Runner standing on second and third looking to do more damage. The 2-0 high fastball swung on and missed. It's a windy day, but had a couple more miles an hour back towards Caleb Marks with that whiff.
That one was definitely a power swing right there from Capozzi. You could tell he put his all into swinging that back. Was going for the fences, but has to stay at home.
Marks wastes no time sending this one in. It's jam shot popped up into right field. Coming on and making the catch will be Riley Luft, and that will do it in the top of the first. 2 runs, 4 hits, no errors, and 2 left stranded. App State looks to get on the board and fight back when we return on 90.5 WASU for the bottom of the first. 2-0 Gardner-Webb leads App State. As we welcome you back for the bottom of the first here from Jim and Benny Smith Stadium on the campus of Appalachian State University. David Katzenmaier and Bobby Phillips bringing you all the action here in Game 2 of this weekend series. As the running Bulldogs, 4 hits in the top of the first, 2 runs come across, 2 are left on, but it was a great start for Gardner-Webb against Caleb Marks, but now it's App State's turn to do some damage. Tyler Figueroa, Joseph Zamora, and Juan Correa are all due up here in the bottom of the first, and they're going to be taking on Jace Presley. Bobby, what do you have about Jace?
Jace Presley so far on the year, about 8.22 batting average. Last time showing out for the running Bulldogs is against Mercyhurst.
Figueroa taps this one into left. That one's going to get over the left fielder. One hopper off the wall. Figueroa turns for second. Wasn't fielded cleanly out and left by Rossau, and the throw comes in. It's a standing double for Tyler Figueroa. So you had mentioned, Bobby, that 8.2 ERA on the mound from Presley, and immediately Tyler Figueroa takes the first pitch he sees and slaps one out of the left for a double.
I was expecting some hitting from the Mountaineers, but not that quickly off the bat. Kind of similar to what we saw in the inning before of contact immediately off of that first pitch. But right there for the Mountaineers, they're able to get on second base early on and get things rolling early.
So Figueroa is the starting third baseman for the Mountaineers today. He was a transfer from Siena up in New York. So if you're not sure who Tyler Figueroa is, you do now. Joseph Zamora, next batter to stand in, watches a breaking ball miss low. Zamora, a switch hitter, batting from the left side. As that wind starting to swirl and spit out from behind us. It's blowing right out towards right field right now. The 1-0, Zamora waves and fouls this one off towards the Gardner-Webb dugout. So sticks on the scoreboard, but Zamora batting just under 400. 10 hits and a homer so far this year. As he stands in and awaits the 1-1 from Presley. Comes sent at the belt. Quick look back to Figueroa standing on second base. Now directs his attention to home. Fires. And it's an off speed that misses outside on the left-handed bat of Joseph Zamora.
Just to get a little bit back to Presley, just really quick about it, I was able to get through my explanation. Last pitching against Mercyhurst about a week ago. Got the win, pitch 5 innings, only allowed 1 hit in that game, but definitely a different story early on as he's facing the Mountaineers.
That it is. Next pitch misses inside towards the shins of Zamora, so 3 balls and 1 strike. Gardner-Webb leads 2-0 in the bottom of the first, but Tyler Figueroa, a leadoff double, stands out on second. Still nobody away. Joseph Zamora at the plate. The 3-1 offering swung on, and Zamora a bit ahead of it, sends it foul down the first baseline. And I was talking to Joseph, and he's got a new hairdo. You can't really see with the batting helmet he's got on right now, but decided to get some blonde on the top, leaving some of his natural darker hair on the sides, and it reminds me of some 2019 Eugenio Suarez. As ball 4 comes in, it was nowhere close, missing in the right-handed batter's box. So Joseph Zamora will head down and tap first base. And that's where he'll stand as Juan Correa ready to step up in the box. But Zamora told me today that he originally had gotten it done 2 weeks ago, and it turned out too orange. He was frustrated with it, and when I saw him today at the baseball brunch for the alumni that was held before this game, he had gotten it redone. It's the nice bright blonde, and he said he's hoping it brings him a few more hits. So the Mountaineers occupying first and second base. First pitch home to Correa as an off-speed down to the turf, missing on the outside part of the plate.
And Correa's a guy you got to get nervous about when you go up to the mound. If you are pitching, if you're Presley looking down, only a .350 batting average. I say only, but that's still pretty good. Has 14 hits on the year. What's really exciting is those 5 runs early on in the home runs early on in the season. Juan Correa also the leading in RBIs with 12 overall. So definitely a guy to be looking out for when there's 2 guys on base for the Mountaineers.
Quick mound meeting here for the running Bulldogs as catcher Shaler will head up and have a quick word with Presley. But Juan Correa, like you had mentioned, those 5 home runs, that's top 10 in all of NCAA baseball. As Correa, a transfer from UNC Charlotte, previously before that at the State College of Florida. But Correa, he is your typical college baseball first baseman. He's going to strike out occasionally. He's going to pop him up occasionally, but when he gets a hold of him, boy, oh boy, it's 450, and you're never seeing the baseball again. 1-0 pitch home. Off speed, misses down and away. 2 balls and no strikes on Juan Correa.
Presley right now has to be nervous about loading the bases, if not giving up a score with any batter. So definitely have to be really cautious at the pitches you're throwing right now.
Figueroa on second. Joseph Zamora stands off first. The 2-0 home turns to 3-0 as another pitch missing on the outside part of the plate to the right-handed first baseman.
Correa can really have his pick on what pitch he wants to swing at. If he swings at all, let's say it's another outside one, you're loading the bases, but Correa is in a very comfortable position on getting on base.
3 balls and no strikes. Presley sent at the belt. Quick look to Figueroa, now fires home. That one's going to be down in the turf. It's going to get away from the catcher and Shaler. Both runners will move up. Didn't really matter. Juan Correa, a 4-pitch walk. As some urgency from Tyler Figueroa and Joseph Zamora, just in case bad were to get worse for Gardner-Webb, but they're loaded with nobody out here in the bottom of the first. It's a 2-0 lead for Gardner-Webb, but the Ole Miss transfer in John Kramer hoping to do some more damage. 3 hits yesterday. The lefty bat who plays in left field. Presley sends one in, and it misses down low.
Presley's got to be getting shaken up. Kramer already hitting 2 home runs so far on the year. Hoping to at least get some guys back home, if not getting it over those fences. So really got to be careful once again if you are Presley, because this could be a big momentum swing after a great top of the first for Gardner-Webb.
The 1-0 to Kramer swung on and fouled off. So 1 ball and 1 strike. You might have been able to hear it, but we got a student section out here today, and they were given the old ball 5 chant that originated at Texas A&M. If you don't know what that is, if it's a 4-pitch walk, hey, just keep saying how many balls you've thrown in a row. Works out for Texas A&M. So has some App State faithful trying it out here as Presley misses that one down to the dirt to Kramer.
It's definitely great seeing the crowd here today for App State baseball. Not necessarily that the crowds were bad last year, but I don't remember the crowds being this full at this point last season.
2-1 pitch on the way. And cold strike on the inside part of the plate. Kramer kind of backed out of the box a little bit, thinking that was going to ride in on his thighs, but ends up being called a strike. So a nicely placed pitch from Presley. 2 balls, 2 strikes. They're loaded for the Mountaineers. Nobody away here in the bottom of the first. And that will be, it's going to be ball 3, it looks like. Scoreboard operator jumped the gun on the balls and strikes count. Thought that was a full count pitch, but nevertheless, it is now. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Presley sends it in, and it's going to hit Kramer. Emphatically taking his base down to first. Coming in to score will be Tyler Figueroa. Doesn't matter how you get it done. Mountaineers are on the board and cut the lead in half as Figueroa heads back to the dugout.
Definitely a great way to get on base. The team didn't really have to even do that much for that score. 2 walks right there and 2 great at-bats before that. And now either Presley or another pitcher for Gardner-Webb is going to have an uphill battle to get out of this hole that they've dug. 3 men on base with no outs on the board. Definitely not the ideal position as we're seeing Presley walk off the field.
And Jace Presley for the running Bulldogs will be sent back to the kennel. A new face will be on the mound for Gardner-Webb as it's a precarious situation. Bases loaded for App State, nobody out. We'll have your new pitcher and more. And we return to 90.5 WASU to Jim and Betty Smith Stadium. The bases are loaded with nobody out here at the bottom of the first. As I welcome you back to Beaver Field, App State down 2-1 to Gardner-Webb, but a beautiful opportunity as a new pitcher coming into the game. Bobby, tell us more about our right-handed arm.
So coming in right now for the Running Bulldogs is number 36, John Pfeiffer, 1-2 record on the year so far. Last time out, only 2 walks, but got the out in the game against South Carolina.
Cameron Miller, the designated hitter, is set to step in for App State. First pitch on the way from Pfeiffer, misses on the inside part of the plate. 1 ball and no strikes.
Pfeiffer, a 4.4-ish ERA on the season so far, so not great, not terrible.
Ready matchup, the 1-0. Big cut from Cam Miller. Just misses under it. 1 ball, 1 strike on the designated hitter. Batting .300 on the year, 2 homers and 9 hits for Cam. Waits the pitch. Pfeiffer sent at the chest, comes home with it, and he'll miss well outside. Shaler had to dive to his right to make sure that ball didn't get to the backstop. So 2 balls and 1 strike as App State runs Jace Presley out of the game before he can even record an out. Joseph Zamora stands on third, Juan Correa on second, and John Kramer on first. The 2-1 pitch to Cam Miller. Swung on, and it will be fouled down the first baseline. Oh boy, it was so close as it almost rung up our first base umpire down there. But if anybody had a good view of it, it was going to be him. That ball looked like it might have flown right over the first base bag, but ends up landing in foul territory. So a loud strike as this place was ready to erupt. One of the biggest crowds that we've had in some time here at Jim and Betty Smith. Almost the entirety of the homestands are full in front of us. The hill down the right field line, littered with fans and their pets. 2 balls and 2 strikes. The pitch to Cameron Miller. Just misses low. Cam holding his breath there for a second and then gives a big nod. Happy with the result.
Good eye right there from Cam Miller. Not letting it get to him. Now filling up the count once again, putting the pressure right on the new pitcher in Pfeiffer. So definitely a precarious situation for the Running Bulldogs.
Bases loaded. A full count to Cam Miller. Pitch on the way home, and it misses high and outside. Cam Miller, an RBI walk, brings in the second run of the game. Joseph Zamora trots home, steps on first, and has us tied 2-2 in the bottom of the first.
Definitely an easy way to score a run when you can just walk to first base. Again, as I was saying before we went to the break for the pitcher switch out, there's a deep hole this Gardner-Webb team is in. The question is how long do they have to shovel out of it before it becomes too big of a problem? Are you giving back up the tie against the Mountaineers?
App State with 2 runs on the board and only 1 hit. It came off the bat of Tyler Figueroa to open up the game. Now the 6 hole, and Braxton Church, the catcher, stands in and watches a strike go by him. So an 0-1 count. Pfeiffer leads the count. Gardner-Webb hasn't had that stature pretty much at all here in the bottom of the first. But Pfeiffer trying to set the standard. Bases are loaded, tied at 2. Nobody out here in the bottom of the first. Pfeiffer lifts the leg and delivers home to Church, and it'll miss down low.
Braxton Church on the game yesterday had 5 at-bats. 2 runs were scored by him off of 1 hit. So definitely a guy to look out for on this App State team. One of the big returning players this year for the Mountaineers.
The lefty Church awaits the right-handed pitch. And a breaking ball misses on the outside edge, more towards the righty's batter box. Saw the idea, trying to go with the backdoor slider, but Pfeiffer unable to connect with the strike zone.
Once again, filling up the count with balls. Not what you want to see when you keep giving up runs off of walks. Right now, you got to be looking for some more strikeouts or some pop flies to get some more.
2 balls and a strike on Church. Bats this one out towards center field. It's hit pretty well, but seems playable. Backing up on it is Knight, and he'll do so a couple steps in front of the warning track. Runners from second and third will tag up. Coming in to score is Juan Correa, and App State on a sacrifice fly from Braxton Church has a 3-2 lead here in the bottom of the first.
And even when you get the out, you still give up a run right now for the Running Bulldogs. Just once again, App State on a roll right now in the bottom of the first. We thought Gardner-Webb was building a lot of momentum early on. App State is taking it right back.
So Riley Luft, the electric freshman, digs in. Luft has impressed every single time he has played so far this year for the Mountaineers. Only gotten better and better since his debut last Saturday against UMass Lowell. First pitch home to the right-handed bat of Luft is a cold strike. So Pfeiffer on back-to-back batters, leading the count 0-1 to get things started.
And Luft with a triple last time out against Gardner-Webb, but also a really great diving catch play at the end of the 8th, so really effective on both sides of the ball for the Mountaineers.
He's loved his position out in right field so far, and so have the fans. Here's a bouncing ball towards the third base side. It will go foul. So Riley Luft down in the count 0-2. That sacrifice fly for Braxton Church to bring in the leading run, the first out in the bottom of the first inning. Tyler Figueroa led things off with a double, and then it was back-to-back walks from Joseph Zamora and Juan Correa. John Kramer on a full count pitch got hit, ends up bringing in a run. Another walk loaded and put Cam Miller on, and the sacrifice fly from Braxton Church just a moment ago scored the third run. This one's popped up in the infield, looks to be playable at the shortstop position. Kennel camps under it, and he will have it for out number 2. All runners remain where they are. So 2 outs and runners on the corners, as Dylan Moquin, making his first start here of the series against Gardner-Webb, will step up from the left side of the plate.
And David, that's the first at-bat for the Mountaineers that either didn't get a guy on base or didn't score. So doing pretty good right there if you go that deep in your lineup without a single pop out that didn't lead to a score. So Mountaineers really rolling, hoping to get a little bit more before the inning closes out.
Moquin, the 8th hitter to come up here in the bottom of the first. Pfeiffer delivers, sidearm delivery, and it's down low for ball 1. But Moquin on the team last year just battled injuries, so you didn't see too much of him. So far this year in limited playing opportunity, batting .400, 4 hits, and his first ever home run as an App State Mountaineer. Next pitch on the way, misses high. That home run came in a victory against Queens in that doubleheader 2 weeks ago down in Hickory. John Kramer stands off third, Cameron Miller off of first. 2 away, App State leading 3-2 in the bottom of the first. The 2-0 pitch to Moquin will turn 3-0. It'll slip through the 5-hole of Shaler as Cam Miller will move up to second base. Normally you don't see him kick it in gear too often, but the designated hitter moseys his way on to second.
You could tell he was kind of questioning if he was going to commit to the steal or not, going a little bit back and forth, but saw it was a little bit out of the grasp of the running Bulldogs and scrambles for a second base steal, and now 3 balls again on the pitch count.
3 balls, no strikes on the 8-hole hitter in Dylan Moquin. Pfeiffer set at the belt, looks in, lifts the leg, and sends it home. And it'll be a called strike in the bottom part of the zone for Pfeiffer.
I don't hate Moquin sitting on that ball right there. You got 3-0 count in your favor. Just wait for the pitch that you want to see right there. You're not necessarily trying to get another out, especially with 2 runners in scoring position.
The 3-1 pitch. Breaking ball, cold strike on the outside edge. Beautifully placed pitch going back door against the left-handed bat of Dylan Moquin. This App State Mountaineers lineup, it seems like you're flip-flopping. It goes left, right, left, right, left, right.
They can get a little confusing out there.
Yeah, they can really play around with who they want in the starting lineup, as they've got a plethora of righties and lefties at their disposal. Next pitch hit from Pfeiffer on the full count. Gets right down the middle. Dylan Moquin sat down looking. That will strand 2 runners and end the first. However, not before App State tallies 3. It's a 3-2 Mountaineer lead. When we come back, Bobby Phillips will take you through the second and the third inning. Don't go anywhere. This is Mountaineer Baseball on 90.5 WASU.
And welcome back here to the high country where we see the App State Mountaineer baseball take on Gardner-Webb. After the end of the first inning, App State leads 3-2. After plenty of runs were scored in the inning. A little bit of a different story for those teams, however, how those runs were scored. Gardner-Webb got a couple of hits. One was a home run, which led to a 2-run lead. But then App State picked up a plethora of walks in the bottom of the first as they were able to take the lead 3-2. I'm Bobby Phillips, joined right now in the booth by David Katzenmaier. Gardner-Webb now going up to bat against the Mountaineers. Right now, Bennett Shaler. First pitch on the way is up and high and called for ball one.
Shaler batting .286 so far through 7 appearances and 14 at-bats this year. Has himself a double and a triple, accounting for 2 of his 4 hits.
Next ball swung hard on, but drawn back into the net. Called for strike one right now for the catcher for the running Bulldogs.
The 8-9-1 hitters due up here in the top of the second for Gardner-Webb.
So we feel the wind pick up a little bit here in the high country. Next pitch on the way from Marks is high once again. Third ball that was high for the Mountaineers. That one called for ball, making it a 2-1 count at the top of the second.
High and outside location on right-handed batters was the biggest miss with the fastball for Marks in the first inning.
Pitch on the way. Called strike almost down the middle, maybe a little bit outside, but called in the zone, making it 2-2. Shaler now getting closer to either being on base or swinging for a strikeout.
It's a great location with the breaking ball. Started at the top of his shoulder, let it finish off on the outside part of the zone down at his knees.
Pitch high once again. Checked for the check swing. Not going to be called, making the count full early on here in the top of the second for the catcher.
Redshirt sophomore catcher got a ton of action in the first inning between Presley and Pfeiffer, the 2 pitchers that came in for the running Bulldogs. A lot of wild pitches that he had to plug up.
And the ball is called for strike 3. Shaler was caught looking, making it the first out of the second inning.
Well, the fastball location during that at-bat wasn't improved a ton from the top of the first. The breaking ball on back-to-back called strikes is looking really good for Caleb Marks. He's just starting it on that inside shoulder, and it creeps back across the plate at the last second. Feels like that's a ball that's going to hit you, but instead goes for a strike and makes you feel silly.
Next up for the Bulldogs, the left fielder, Ethan Rousseau. That one first called for a strike against the left fielder.
The 9-hole hitter across 6 games, batting .308, 13 at-bats, 4 hits.
Next ball on the way, that one called a little high and away, called for ball one. We'll see Caleb Marks going up still for the Mountaineers after a shaky first inning, but refinding his confidence as the next ball is on the way. Cut looking once again, 1-2 count for the left fielder. Mark's next pitch on the way. That one is called ball on the inside. Couple fans here thought that might be strike 3 on the day, however, it will be called a ball, making it a 2-2 count here in the top of the second.
As close as it gets, that ball was just off the inside quarter.
And that one is driven into right field, and it will be caught by Luft right there in the right field, making it the second out here in the second inning.
This wind is swirling so much that you saw Riley Luft almost swirl a little bit out in right field. Started to track in on it and realized, hey, we got to pump the brakes a little bit. That wind is carrying heavy out towards right. It's changed direction now. It's blowing in towards right, now kind of across the field, and such a swirling wind here. You can really never predict it on top of the mountain.
Back to the top of the lineup, Lawson Knight up for the running Bulldogs as the first ball is called low and called for ball one. But as you were saying, David, that wind is blowing in that opposite direction. May cause some issues for the outfielders on either team, and we might see some errors picked up due to such.
Lawson Knight saw 1 pitch in his first at-bat and flew out to dead center.
Next ball on the way for Knight, called for ball 2 right now. Mark's pitch on the way.
We were coming up the mountain today, and App State has installed a couple new wind turbines on top of the mountain behind us, and we were kind of questioning, well, one's facing north, one's facing south, one's facing east, and why would you do that? It's because the wind swirls so much up here.
And Lawson fakes the bunt, decides to pull it back just in time for the ball, making it a 3-0 count with 2 outs on the board if you're just now joining us here on 90.5 WASU. It's top of the second, 3-2 Mountaineers lead.
And Lawson being very particular with what pitches he's looking at here in his second at bat.
And ball four, a low pitch on the way from Marks will put Lawson Knight on first base. Give a little bit more life into this running Bulldog team here in the top of the second. Merrick Carter now up to bat for Gardner-Webb. Carter last time out was able to get a single and get on first base for Gardner-Webb. We'll see if he's able to recreate that. 2 outs on the board. First pitch on the way. That one's called up once again. Caleb Marks pitching them a little bit high today for the Mountaineers, as it will be a 1-0 count.
There's a breaking ball, and I think his strategy right now is just find the upper outside corner depending on the batter. The left-handed bat here, he tried to find the upper left-hand corner of the strike zone.
Pitch on the way for the second baseman, but a steal on the way from Lawson Knight, and it is called safe. Many fans not happy about that call, David.
Well, Joseph Zamora immediately putting the hands over the ears, saying we might need to look at that one. That was a perfect throw from Braxton Church. It looked like it was a bang-bang play, and here comes Kermit Smith to discuss and see if we can have this reviewed.
It looks like the umpires are going to meet up, and it looks like they are going to review that one, but Lawson Knight going for the steal as Braxton Church throws it out to second base to cut it off, and it's a very close one. Looked like it might be in the Mountaineers' favor. We'll see what they decide to call.
I mean, from my vantage point, if I'm playing umpire, I can't see where that tag's at, but it looked like the right hand might be in there safe for Gardner-Webb. I don't think it was a situation where you're going to see the glove pinned in front of the bag against the hand, but it's did that swipe come across before? There's 2 things you got to look at. Did the tag come before the hand was on the base? And did he come off the bag after the fact? Because if you aren't used to playing on turf, Gardner-Webb does have turf, but there's something about playing here that it gets in the minds of base runners where they'll almost overslide the bags because of how slick the turf is. Saw something similar there as the whole chest and part of the lower body went sliding across the bag for Lawson Knight. So awaiting the decision by the umpires, but it's going to be close.
And it's definitely going to be a big call right here early on in the game, as if you're just now joining us, App leads 3-2 here in the top of the second. 2 outs on the board, possibly a third to be counted depending on how this one will be called. But David, what are some trends you're seeing on early on in this game?
Right now for Caleb Marks, at least on the pitching side, the breaking ball seemed to work here in this inning, but the fastball location's been just off, but App State's been a lot more efficient in terms of getting outs. And on the other end of it for batting for App State, they've had a selective eye against 2 different pitchers now, and it's worked out for them pretty well, and I don't see them going away from that in any capacity. Umpires coming back out onto the field. If it is called safe, it will be the 11th stolen bag.
He's called safe right now, as the fans are not very happy about that call right there.
So bang bang.
Yeah, it was definitely a close one. They have a better eye on it than we do, but plenty of fans not very happy.
Lawson Knight in the 12th game of the year for Gardner-Webb now has 11 stolen bases on 11 attempts. He's perfect.
1-1 count right now as we pick it back up. Merrick Carter still at bat, lefty batter. Marks looking back to second base, decides to pitch it normal. It's low once again, and it'll be called for ball. You saw right there, Lawson Knight thought about stealing again, but decides to hold back and stay on second base. But we could have seen the 12th stolen bag on the season.
Well, Braxton Church had lost that ball a little bit. It rolled right under him, and he wasn't sure where it was. He had to pop up and spin around to find it, but it didn't get away from him far enough to where Knight decided it would be worth trying to swipe the bag at second with 2 outs, or bag at third with 2 outs.
Marks taking a little bit more time on the mound now after the official review. Next pitch on the way. Thought about swinging it from Carter, but will decide to call a ball, making it 2-1 with 2 outs still on the board.
That might be the slowest pitch we've seen all day from Caleb Marks. That one just looped in, but like you had mentioned, just missing outside.
Actually, the count is now 3-1 here in the top of the second. Marks hoping to close out the top of the inning. Next pitch on the way, check swing. That one called for a strike, making it full. 2 outs on the board, 1 runner on second.
Merrick Carter with a single in the first just got a meatball, and he did not decide to swing on it. That was a breaking ball that Marks put nicely over the middle of the plate, and typically you see a batter swinging in that situation. 3-1, and you get an off speed, but instead it count runs full.
Pitch on the way, and it is well inside, goes behind Church, and we see Lawson Knight think about running to home, but will not. And Carter will advance to first base as now runners on the corners with 2 outs here in the top of the second. Now Ryan Kinnell going up to bat for the running Bulldogs. We'll see if he's able to make some magic happen or if Caleb Marks can close it out.
Kinnell with a strikeout in the first inning. Caleb Marks got the better of him on an off speed, but see what he has here. Bulldogs with runners on first and third. 3-2, App State leading at the top of the second inning.
And in an inning where it felt like App State was about to close it out, now leaving the door a little bit more open for the running Bulldogs.
Two quick outs on the 8 and 9 hole hitters.
Pitch on the way for Kinnell, up and away once again.
Yeah, to recap this inning, Bennett Shaler led it off with a strikeout looking. Ethan Rossow then flew out to right field, but since then Lawson Knight comes up and draws a walk, picks up a stolen bag, and Merrick Carter walks to first.
Next pitch on the way, up high once again, making it a 2-0 count. Caleb Marks trying to regain his footing right here in the top of the second. Ryan Kinnell still at bat for the running Bulldogs. Next pitch on the way for him. Swung out, driven to the left field off the ground, and Lawson Knight will run in for the third run for the Bulldogs.
Yeah, that ball was a screamer on the ground towards the third base line, and a diving attempt from Figueroa as he was close to the bag. Just couldn't be made. Splits the hole between the 5 and 6 and leaks out into left.
So great job right there from Kinnell, tying the game back up, getting the 5th hit right now for Gardner-Webb. Putting a little bit more pressure on Caleb Marks. Runner on first and second. As we will now see Dale Francis go back up to bat for the running Bulldogs. Last time had a home run. Next pitch on the way, and it is high for ball 1.
Francis had a home run yesterday. It was a no-doubter. One of 2 homers hit in Friday's 12-7 win for the App State Mountaineers. Cameron Miller had himself a homer on the App State side of things.
Wind now blowing out back towards outfield. Next pitch on the way. It made contact, but it'll be driven well out of bounds outright for a foul ball.
Head out into the woods that surrounds Jim and Betty Smith Stadium. A very unique setting is out towards left field, center, really the whole outfield in total just heads into woods, and the only thing out there are a couple trails that you can go walk on campus, but for the most part, those baseballs go foul. They're a victim to nature.
1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs here in the top of the second. Next ball on the way from Marks, a check swing, and it will be called a full swing by the umpire, making it 1-2, putting pressure on the batter. You can see the fans getting a little bit more into it, as now they're hoping to close out the top of the second.
Yeah, we call that a sword. That was gross.
Next ball on the way, it's across the plate, and it is called foul. Some fans not very happy about that one, making it 2-2 on the board, 2 outs.
And that was a breaking ball that was located perfectly on the outside part of the zone. But in a 1-2 count, you're not going to get that call.
Wind picking back up once again. Ball on the way, swung hard on and missed. As we will see Dale Francis. He got a home run last time out, but got a strikeout this time to close out the top of the second. If you're just now joining us, the score is 3-3 here in the high country, as we will see the Mountaineers go up to bat here in the bottom of the second. We're going to take a quick break. Don't go anywhere. You're listening to baseball on our YouTube channel for 90.5 WASU. Welcome back to the high country, 3,333 feet, where we see the Mountaineers taking on Gardner-Webb. Right now going into the bottom of the second, scores tied at 3 apiece. We'll see Tyler Lichtenberger go up to bat for the first time here this game. Gardner-Webb scored 2 runs at the top of the first. App State responded with 3. Now Gardner-Webb scored 1 in the top of the second. Now we'll see how App responds. First pitch on the way from Pfeiffer is low, called for ball 1 of the inning.
Lichtenberger joining the dynamic duo with Riley Luft, a standout freshman on this App State team so far. It'll be the 9-1-2 hitters due up here for App.
And that pitch is driven to center field, but it is caught right there by the shortstop. So we'll see Ryan Kennel make the impressive jump for an out in the bottom of the second inning.
And Lichtenberger, who before that at bat was batting just under .430 with 12 hits, is finding a way to get on base anytime. That ball was pieced up, but like you had mentioned, right to Kennel, standing off at shortstop.
Impressive play right there from the shortstop. Back to the top of the lineup. Tyler Figueroa back up to bat as the ball is high and away. Called for ball 1. That one's a no doubter. Next ball on the way for Figueroa as that one is called low and inside this time. Quite the opposite of the last pitch, called for ball 2. Figueroa last time at bat got a double for the Mountaineers, right, trying to recreate that magic here today in this inning. Next ball on the way, thinks about swinging it, but now 3-0 count.
Yeah, Figgy kept the bat on the shoulder, waiting for a more selective pitch, and I don't blame him. 3 balls, no strikes. Might as well see a good one to swing at.
Next pitch on the way from Pfeiffer. That one is taken away, and that one will be a ball. So getting on base once again right there from Figueroa. Now Mountaineers trying to keep up the rhythm they had last inning. Here we'll see Joseph Zamora go up to bat. I believe the last time he was out, he got a single for the Mountaineers. 5 hits for Gardner-Webb, 2 App State 1 early on, but still tied at 3 apiece, mostly due to the amount of walks we saw in the first inning from Presley for Gardner-Webb. Ball's on the way for the second baseman, and that one will be called outside and for ball 1. Now the sun's going in behind a couple clouds, putting a shadow over Beaver Field here at Jim and Betty Smith Stadium, making it feel a little bit colder here in the high country. Oh, and the ball is thrown to first base, trying to catch the runner out, Tyler Figueroa, but it will be called safe on the throw.
Figueroa, it's a weird dynamic down at first base. I'll get into it over the next couple pitches, but a safety bag has now been implemented across all of Division I NCAA baseball.
Next pitch on the way, and that one is called high for Zamora for ball 2.
For those who don't know, a safety bag, it's a common thing in softball, but introduced this year to try and limit injuries when sharing the first base bag. You have your typical white bag that stands on the fair foul line at first, but to the right of it in foul territory, an orange bag that's meant for the runner.
Next ball on the way is swung hard, but that one will be going up against the net. Called for strike 1, making it 2-1 with 1 out on the board.
Now with this new bag that's been introduced, you have to step on the orange bag if you're the runner. If you come through and you step on the white bag as a runner, you will not be safe. You will be called out. We've already seen some controversy with that. The NCAA has yet to address the situation, but as it has been standing in the rule book, is the runner has to touch the orange bag. The white bag does not matter for the base runner.
See if that causes any issues later in the game as ball's on the way, and that one's low once again from Pfeiffer, making it 3-1. Now filling up the count once again with balls.
Yeah, Joseph Zamora is going to be very selective. He's not a guy who's going to chase too much, and like I had mentioned before, got to talk to him before the game, and he's hoping that he's changed the hair up, gotten it dyed blonde. He's hoping that'll change up the juju for him.
Had some lightning to his hits. Now the ball is on the way, called ball, but stealing for second base right there, Figueroa, and that ball is overthrown. And now we'll see the bases 1 and 2 filled up for the Mountaineers. Number 42, Juan Correa, steps up to bat.
Figgy's got himself his second stolen bag on the year. He's had 3 opportunities, and if that throw was on the mark, there was a chance they get him, but a bad throw, and it was a good jump from Tyler Figueroa.
Shaler overthrowing the ball right there will be not picked up for an error on the game. As I guess they say that ball could go either way, even if it was caught. Ball in the way for Correa, down the middle. Caught looking and called for strike one.
Yeah, Bobby, in a situation like that, you'll never see it called an error unless a run maybe comes in to score, but just a play that couldn't be made and no damage done. Figueroa remains on second with Zamora on first after the walk.
Next pitch on the way for Correa. That one a little low, a little bit outside. Called for a ball, making it sticks across the board. 1 ball, 1 strike, and 1 out. Still tied at 3 apiece here in the high country. Mountaineers up to bat.
Correction, no stolen base for Figueroa because of ball 4 to Joseph Zamora.
Ball on the way. Just a little bit inside on that one. Good eye right there from Correa. Getting ahead on the count, 2-1.
It's a breaking ball that started in and just stayed in. Correa, such long arms and such a big frame. Not even a thought trying to swing at that.
Sun coming back out here over Beaver Field, taking away that shadow I was talking about early on. Next pitch on the way. Called a strike once again in the zone. Knotting it up at 2 apiece on the strike and ball count for Correa.
It's a good sequence right there. You go and run him inside on the previous pitch with a breaking ball that stayed in. Let's run a fastball in the outside corner.
Sizing up the pitch, Pfeiffer throws it, and it is swung hard on by Correa for the second out this inning. He'll go back out to the dugout as we'll see John Kramer step up to bat.
That's how you sequence and you tunnel your pitches right there. That ball that I just mentioned, the breaking ball that stayed inside, you've got Correa looking towards the inside part of the plate. You then pump a fastball to the outside edge in the top corner. Correa is then sitting that in that location. You put a breaking ball in that same spot, it falls off a table. It's going to miss the bat every single time.
John Kramer back up to bat for the Mountaineers. Runner on first and second. First pitch on the way, swung hard to left field, but will be driven foul for strike one.
It's going to go nestle itself in the Mountaineer bullpen. Hopefully everyone's got their heads up down there.
As I'm sure you can hear right now on the broadcast, the wind is picking up here in the high country. Now blowing towards home plate, so we'll see if that has any effect on the balls that are hit while the wind's going this direction. Kramer lefty pitch on the way, now driven low, evening up about 1 ball, 1 strike on the count.
And Kramer with that sub 400 batting average so far this year. With 12 hits, 2 homers. He's been everything that App State's been hoping for, the transfer from Ole Miss. Had a lot of people excited when he signed back during the offseason.
Pfeiffer, the pitch on the way is bounced up towards him from Kramer, and he'll walk it over to first base to close out the bottom of the second inning. Mountaineers, unlike the last inning, go scoreless as we're still 3-3 apiece here in the high country. We're going to take a quick break, but when we come back, we'll have the top of the third right here on 90.5 WASU. And welcome back here to App State, where we see the Mountaineers taking on the Running Bulldogs. Scores tied at 3 apiece. Mountaineers going scoreless in the bottom of the second inning. Now we are seeing number 14, Garrett Macias, go up to bat for the Running Bulldogs. Got a single last time out for them. So let's kick off the top of the third. Caleb Marks still at the mound for App State. As we see a napkin flying here in the stands. As first pitch on the way is called for a strike looking, making 0-1.
Yeah, without the wind, it's a really pretty day here in the high country. Low 50s, but that wind chill right now has it down to, if you're on the playing surface, it's feeling like it's about 45 to 40 degrees.
Not a very comfortable feeling while you're out there playing. As next pitch on the way, looking once again for Macias, as that is 0-2 on the count early on.
This was difficult about playing baseball at this time of year in late February, early March, as temperatures haven't heated up quite yet.
Next pitch on the way is called out, and it'll be the first ball on the count, making it 1-2.
And I'm sure everybody knows when you're out in the cold, you get those chalky hands, it can be harder to grip the baseball. And as a batter, if you hit anywhere except for the barrel, you're going to get rung up like no tomorrow.
And the ball is hit towards second base, and it is thrown and out. Looked like it might shoot the gap right there, but great fielding right there from Zamora to Correa to get the first out of the third inning.
It popped off the bat, but then when it started to skip through the turf, it seemed to die a little bit. Zamora had a great jump on it to begin with, and by the time that ball that looked like it might be a screamer at him just kind of trickled to him and right into the web. So an easy 4-3 put out for Joseph Zamora to Juan Correa.
Possibly the wind killing that ball as it picked up right as he made contact. Unfortunate timing right there, but Ilgen Fritz to the plate now for Gardner-Webb as the first ball is caught once again looking for strike one.
Matt Ilgen Fritz with a double. Back in the first inning, he was left stranded standing there.
And that ball is hit up high. Can't quite see where it went, and that one is called foul for strike two.
Yeah, that ball went foul over the screen behind home. It was kind of on the adjacent side to where we are, as still yet to get a baseball hit up here into the quote-unquote booth.
That ball is hit foul once again, keeping the plate appearance alive at 0-2 count.
That foul ball is what you dream for as a photographer in the dugout. That was a nice one-hopper right towards the end of the line. Oh, I'm jealous of that one. I got one last year. Was able to catch one when it came screaming into the dugout. And
hope we could catch one here.
Might have been the proudest moment of my life.
Next ball on the way, and that one's caught looking. 1, 2, 3, called for strikes. That one is up for the second out here in the top of the third.
Caleb Marks' fourth strikeout on the game, second one looking. So far, like the last inning, making quick work of the first two batters, but where he got into trouble in the top of the second after a strikeout and a flyout to right from Shaler and Rosau was he walked back-to-back batters and lost a night, Merrick Carter, and then Ryan Kennel with a single. Ended up bringing in the tying run for Gardner-Webb at the top of the second.
Let's see if he can improve on this inning as the first pitch is on the way, and it's called high, but a strike. A little bit questionable on if that was in the zone or not, but the ump will call it a strike, making it 0-1 on the count.
Nick Capozzi, a flyout to Riley Luft into right field, his first time up.
Next pitch swung hard, making it 0-2. Now in a hole early on for Nick Capozzi, as Caleb Marks is trying to close out the inning.
Marks has been a wind farmer here in the last couple at-bats. He's been looking great with the breaking ball.
See what's in store for this one as the pitch on the way for Capozzi. It's called low and away, making a 1-2 count. 2 outs on the board, still knotted at 3 apiece on the score. If you're just now joining us here on 90.5 WASU. Nick Capozzi up to bat for the Mountaineers. Caleb Marks still on the mound. Next pitch on the way. That one is high once again, making it 2s across the board here in the high country.
It's the most common miss right now for Marks with that fastball is high and away to right-handed batters. Nobody's really been chasing it.
Pitch is swung hard, and it's a pop fly to left field. And it is caught by John Kramer, and that will close us out at the top of the third inning as your score right now is 3-3 here in the high country. We'll see how the Mountaineers respond on the hitting end after this break right here on 90.5 WASU. And welcome back to App State, where we see the score tied at 3 apiece here in the high country as Cam Miller up to bat for the Mountaineers here in the bottom of the third. Cam Miller last time out. Looks like he was able to eventually get to second base off of a stolen ball. His first pitch called for a strike.
Cameron Miller, 3 home runs on the year for the big right-handed designated hitter. Like you had mentioned, picked up a walk in the first inning. He's batting about 300 coming into this game.
Pfeiffer with offering across the plate, and it is called for ball 1 here in the series.
Cameron Miller, similar to Juan Correa, it doesn't matter how their day has gone. It doesn't matter what they have done during the season. It takes one pitch and one good swing to send it over the wall.
Next pitch on the way, called for ball 2 here, making it 2-1.
This wind is just howling right now. It is blowing directly out of right center field. There's 2 flags, an American flag and an App State flag, and they are whipping in the whirling wind.
See if Miller's able to take advantage of it as the next ball across the plate's called for a strike looking. Making it 2-2. Mountaineers still only have 1 hit on the day, but still tied up at 3 apiece compared to Gardner-Webb's 5 hits.
And that's not Cameron Miller's pitch right there. Breaking ball working away from him down to the outside part of the zone.
Pfeiffer's pitch on the way, called deep into left field, but will be called foul. Cameron Miller with the line drive, keeping the appearance alive. Now,
if you're going to throw a changeup to put it right over the middle, that's where Cameron Miller is going to try and get a rip, but I think he was sitting fastball and just pulled the trigger a tad too early.
Pfeiffer's pitch on the way is hit by Cam Miller high into the air to center field, and it will be fielded right there by the center fielder. We saw Lawson Knight making the catch to get the first out here at the bottom of the third.
Miller just missed that. I mean, just under it. That ball looked like it made contact a bit off the handle and a bit under it, and leads to the easy pop-up.
See now Braxton Church back up to bat for the Mountaineers with 1 out here on the board. Braxton Church last time out had an RBI, a sacrifice RBI. Not possible right now as there's no runners on base. First pitch across the plate will be called for a ball, considered low on that pitch, barely scraping the plate.
Braxton Church, got the scoring going with that sacrifice fly in the bottom of the first.
Pfeiffer gets set as he'll throw it across the plate. That is driven right, and it'll shoot the gap as Braxton Church is able to run it up and get a single for Mountaineers.
So Braxton Church does best. Get a good pitch, put some contact on it, and find a hole through the infield where nobody is. Splits the gap between the first baseman and second baseman. As Braxton Church, he's already got an RBI in the game, but now on base for the first time.
Love to see it if you are a Mountaineer fan, getting the second hit on the board here today. We'll see Riley Luft, one of the bigger stars here in the early season for the Mountaineers, go back up to bat. Last time was caught looking for a strikeout. We'll see if he's able to improve on that compared to the last outing, as first pitch is on the way, considered low and a ball. 1 out on the board here in the bottom of the third inning. 1-0 count. Riley Luft up to bat. Pfeiffer gets set. Taking his time considering the pitch. Decides to throw towards first base. And considered safe. Trying to get Braxton Church a little bit off the base, but that time no good.
A little quick pickoff move back to first, but Church was all over it.
Pfeiffer set once again. Taking a little bit more time here on the mound here in the third inning as the next pitch is on the way and inside, called for ball 2. Wind now subsides a little bit, allowing my hands to warm up here at App State. I'm sure the players enjoy the breaks in the wind right now.
No kidding.
Pfeiffer's pitch on the way. It's shot up the middle of the field, splits the gap once again from Riley Luft, and he'll advance Braxton Church to second base, the single from the fielder.
All right, back-to-back singles through the infield for the Mountaineers. Riley Luft, that ball was a screamer. Back up, it just barely missed the second base bag on the ground. Pfeiffer tried to backhand it in his follow-through, but it missed his glove by, I don't know, probably 2 or 3 feet, something along those lines, and ends up for a hit for the freshman.
Dylan Moquin now up to bat for the Mountaineers as the wind now picks up, blowing towards the hitters. Runner on first and second as the pitch is on the way, is driven deep to left field. It's going, and it is not caught, but over the back of the wall. As that will advance a runner home in Braxton Church and give the Mountaineers the lead.
Ground rule double for Dylan Moquin. The left-handed bat goes backside towards left field. And with this turf, it is springy when you hit that ball high in the air, and it's got some velocity. As giving chase was Rossow, but no chance he was going to catch it. And like we had just mentioned, Bobby, the wind started to blow in, and that might have been the difference in why that ball wasn't able to creep out for an opposite field homer from Dylan Moquin. But nevertheless, App State reclaiming the lead.
Unfortunate he isn't able to get it over the fence the way he wanted it to, but if you're the Mountaineers, you're still going to take it. So we see Gardner-Webb now going up for a mound visit after giving up the big hit from right there from the Mountaineers. Pfeiffer now maybe getting a couple of struggles, maybe a little bit of doubts. We'll see if they decide to keep him out there.
Yeah, looks like it's just strictly business right now to go have a quick word with Pfeiffer. Not too much movement in the Gardner-Webb bullpen right now. We've got a great angle on it, but nobody up and throwing at the moment. A couple guys starting to take off some jackets, so it looks like a new arm is just starting to warm up for Gardner-Webb. So we're at least an inning and or a couple at-bats away from seeing a new face out of the running Bulldogs pen.
Gardner-Webb will decide to let it be and keep Pfeiffer there on the mound. So we see number 5, Tyler Lichtenberger, go back up to bat for the Mountaineers.
Lichtenberger lined out to the shortstop in the second inning. It was a very hard hit ball, but a great play made by Kennel.
Lofton Moquin on second and third. This pitch on the way for Lichtenberger is away and called for ball 1.
Tyler Lichtenberger from West Boca Raton High School, from Boca Raton, Florida. Him and Riley Luft, actually good friends. They both commit and come to App State as two of the most outstanding freshmen in the state of Florida.
Next pitch on the way, and it's bounced to right, and it is picked up by the first baseman. Francis able to run it in and get the second out, but not before another run scored for the Mountaineers. Number 8, Riley Luft bringing it home, giving them a 5-3 lead. So now Mountaineers rolling, but 2 outs now on the board, as Moquin will advance to third base. Now back to the top of the lineup for the Mountaineers, Tyler Figueroa for App State, as he'll try and bring Moquin home.
Figueroa's reached on both of his plate appearances.
Next ball is hit deep into left field, and it will not stay fair. Goes a little bit behind the dugout. This is a little bit hard to say. I was able to gauge it, however, based on the crowd reaction.
Yeah, if you've never been here before to Jim and Betty Smith, our quote-unquote booth, we're actually located outside today, just to the left of the press box. And we've got the Don and Pat Phillips indoor practice facility, not only blocking the bullpen, but blocking just a little bit of the field to see where that baseball down the left field line landed.
Figueroa will now decide what to do with the next pitch as the ball's on the way, popped up high to center field. It's floating in the air, and it is caught for the third and final out of the inning, as we see Lawson Knight picking it up for Gardner-Webb, but not before App State was able to score 2 runs and claim the lead here in the high country at the end of the third inning. Score is App State 5, Gardner-Webb 3, as we're going to take a quick break, but when we come back, David Katzenmaier taking back over for the play-by-play right here on 90.5 WASU.
Welcome back to Jimmons Betty Smith Stadium, here on the campus of Appalachian State University, where your Mountaineers are leading the Gardner-Webb Running Bulldogs 5-3. To welcome you back in for the top of the fourth inning, David Katzenmaier and Bobby Phillips enjoying this sunny day in the high country, as couldn't ask for a better way to spend our Saturday than out here at the baseball field. It'll be Betty Shaler, Ethan Rossau, and Lawson Knight up for the run-in Bulldogs, the 8-9-1. Coming up here in the top of the fourth, Caleb Marks back out for his fourth full inning of work. As a righty-righty matchup here, Shaler a strikeout looking in his first plate appearance, sends the first pitch he sees over the screen behind home. Gives it up as a souvenir for the fans, so no balls and one strike to open the top of the fourth.
We're now seeing the wind going back towards outfield as it was going towards the infield last time App State was batting.
Another one fouled off. This time it'll stay in the park off the screen behind home. No balls and two strikes. You're right, we really need a third broadcaster to be here with us to keep updating us on where the wind is going, because your guess at home is pretty much as good as ours until we feel it. The 0-2 swung on. And it will be a strikeout. 3 pitches, all it takes for Caleb Marks to sit down Bennett Shaler. Shaler now back-to-back strikeouts. First one looking, this one swinging.
Marks had a couple struggles there in the first inning, but since then a lot more confident in the past two, especially in that third inning, was able to pretty much dominate from the mound. We'll see if he's able to close out Gardner-Webb here in the top.
Caleb Marks, his first offering home to the 9-hole hitter, and Ethan Rossau goes for a called strike. That breaking ball, ever since the first inning, has really been his money pitch. 5-3 App State leads. One away here in the top of the fourth. This one fouled off. Sends straight to the backstop behind home plate, so no balls and 2 strikes. All 5 pitches thrown so far in this inning. Called for a strike. Marks comes in, lifts the leg, fires the 0-2 home, swing and a miss. Braxton Church holds on to it. That ball was down in the dirt, doesn't matter. 6 pitches, 2 Ks for Caleb Marks, make it 6 on the afternoon. And Caleb Marks rolling through the first 2 batters here in the top of the fourth.
Marks taking care of business one way or another, even when Gardner-Webb's able to swing on it, they can't quite get enough contact. I think it's because of that breaking ball. They're not ready for the way it bends right there across the plate, and Gardner-Webb now backs against the wall here in the top of the fourth. Back
to the top of the order for the third time. Called strike to get things going against Lawson Knight. 7 pitches, 7 strikes for Caleb Marks here in the top of the fourth. 0-1 count, 2 out, nobody on. App State leading 5-3. The pitch tonight is fouled off. No balls and 2 strikes. 8 pitches, 8 strikes. Does Caleb Marks have one more good one in him? Lawson Knight a fly out to center and a walk so far today with a stolen base. The 0-2. Called strike 3! An immaculate inning for Caleb Marks. 9 pitches, 9 strikes, and 3 outs from the App State starter. Make it 7 Ks on the day. An immaculate inning for Caleb Marks, as App State, that's got the dugout fired on up. Let's see what the Mountaineers could do when we return for the bottom of the fourth inning right here on 90.5 WASU. Joseph Zamora, Juan Correa, and John Kramer all due up at the bottom of the fourth as we welcome you back to Jim and Benny Smith Stadium, where App State holds a 5-3 lead over the Gardner-Webb running Bulldogs here in the bottom of the fourth. David Katzenmaier and Bobby Phillips bringing you all the action on this Saturday afternoon. First offering home to Zamora. Will miss outside. So 1 ball and no strikes on the second baseman for App State.
I just want to bring attention once again to the immaculate inning from Caleb Marks. A great performance in the top of the fourth. I don't think I've ever seen that before, David.
I don't think I've seen one in person. There'll be no immaculate inning here for Gardner-Webb as back-to-back pitches miss for balls. So 2-0 count held on Joseph Zamora. 2 walks in this game for the second baseman. Came around to score in the first. The 2-0 turns 3-0. A ball missing down and in on the left-handed bat of Joseph.
And quite the opposite story right now from Pfeiffer there on the mound for Gardner-Webb. Already getting in a hole early on with 3 balls on the inning.
Pfeiffer coming in for his third full inning of work. He came in in the first inning with bases loaded and nobody out. 4-pitch walk here. Fastball misses high and outside to Joseph Zamora on the 3-0 pitch. And so Zamora, 3 plate appearances in 4 innings, 3 walks.
He's good on getting on base, that's for sure. Now Juan Correa coming up to bat for the Mountaineers. I'm still expecting to see a little bit more from number 42 in the black and gold. We'll see if he's able to execute, but right now Mountaineers have, I think, a decent amount of momentum at the bottom of the fourth.
Correa walked and scored in the first, and then in the second inning struck out. As we're going to get time called by Gardner-Webb, the infield is going to convene. It looks like we're going to have a pitching change here for Gardner-Webb. So Pfeiffer, 3 innings of work, 3 hits, 2 earned runs, 4 walks, 2 strikeouts. Only extra base hit given up was a double to Tyler Figueroa. 16 batters faced and 60 pitches thrown. A new arm on the way for the running Bulldogs as App State 1 on and nobody away in the bottom of the fourth. Juan Correa steps up to bat against our new pitcher from Gardner-Webb when we return on 90.5 WASU with more Mountaineer baseball. The first left-handed arm in today's contest comes into the game as Jarek Hobb is set to face Juan Correa in the bottom of the fourth inning, with Joseph Zamora standing off on first base. Nobody away, and a 5-3 App State lead. Welcome back to Jim and Betty Smith Stadium. David Katzenmaier and Bobby Phillips here with you. As Bobby, can we hear a little bit more about Hobb before we get rolling again?
Looking at number 24 for Gardner-Webb, has a 9 ERA for the running Bulldogs, so definitely has a lot to be desired out there on the mound, especially in a game where Mountaineers are doing a really great job of getting on base and bringing them home. So really need to see a better outing from him if Gardner-Webb wants to win the second matchup of the series.
So far this year, Hobb, 4 appearances and 4 innings pitched, so typically he's used as a 1-inning type of guy. With App State running through the Gardner-Webb bullpen early on in this game, we'll see if he lasts for an inning or if he'll come back out for one more. First pitch from the lefty home to Juan Correa, misses down in the left-handed batter's box for ball number 1. But Correa, a walk back in the first, ended up scoring a run. Then when he stepped up in the second, struck out. 1 ball and no strikes here. The lefty delivers. Correa turns on this one. Hits it well out towards left. This is a skyrocketing ball, and it's going to get down in the warning track. Knight will throw it in towards third base. Zamora stands in easily on third. Juan Correa has himself a double after that ball was misplayed by Rossau in left and Knight in center.
That's the power you love to see from number 42 for App State, just hitting it out towards the warning track, as you said, David, and getting this Mountaineer offense rolling with no outs left on the board.
That ball didn't feel like it had enough to get out of here, but it was enough to soar over the head of Ethan Rossau out in left field. Bounces off the warning track, base of the wall, and now has Joseph Zamora at third. Juan Correa with the double, stands off second. Is John Kramer, the left-handed bat, digs in, watches the first one go by for ball 1. So a 1-0 count on the transfer from Ole Miss. Hobb sends in a fastball, it'll miss upstairs.
And after giving up a hit like that, you could tell Hobb was a little bit shaken up there on the mound.
2 balls and no strikes. Kramer waits patiently, lefty-lefty matchup here. Pulls the trigger but doesn't go all the way through. It's a fastball that misses high and inside. 3 balls and no strikes on John Kramer. He was hit by a pitch back in the first inning and then left stranded. Grounded right back up to the pitcher in the second. Hobb lifts the leg, delivers, and that one will be a cold strike. Pretty much right down Broadway. 3 balls and 1 strike, but don't blame Kramer for taking there. You haven't seen a strike so far. Why take the barrel off your shoulder? The 3-1 pitch from Hobb swung on and hit well out towards the right center gap. However, it'll be playable. Coming in and making the catch will be Capozzi. Coming in to score will be Joseph Zamora from third base. Tagging up from second on to third will be Juan Correa, the 6th run in the books for the Mountaineers, thanks to a sacrifice fly from John Kramer.
And even though getting that sacrifice fly, building on that momentum I was talking about before the start of the bottom of the 4th, App State seems to have found their footing after a shaky first inning, but they're really starting to get things rolling as another power hitter and Cam Miller up to bat.
Miller so far today, a walk and a fly out to right. First one down at his shoelaces. Holds steadfast in the box. 1 ball, no strikes on the big right-handed bat for App State. He had the only home run for the black and gold yesterday. A moonshot out to left center. Oh, and that was the pitch for Cam to do it again. A looping breaking ball falling right into the heart of the plate. Miller kept the bat on the shoulder. 1 ball, 1 strike. 1 out here in the bottom of the 4th. Wild pitch there. Brings Shaler to his feet and out to the right side to make sure he can catch that baseball.
Hobb seems a little bit all over the place of where he is placing these balls. Well, sometimes seems very controlled, very in sync, and then next you get balls like that way outside.
2-1 pitch. Miller fouls it off right side over the Gardner-Webb dugout and into the woods.
That one had a lot of speed on it, however, it was the wrong direction for App State as temperatures continuing to drop as the sun starts to drop there in the sky.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Infield comes in. The 2-2. Just misses outside. Miller was waiting to hear if he got rung up or if he was going to survive another pitch. Home plate umpire holds for a second, makes everybody hold their breath. Ultimately, calls it a ball.
That's the second close ball Cam Miller has seen here today where he's laid off for the right decision.
Full count offering, down and in. Cameron Miller will draw himself his 2nd walk of the game. Now 2 ducks on the pond as Correa remains over at third base. Cameron Miller now occupies first.
Now with runners on the corners, you have to be careful on what you play because either way you pitch this, if somebody gets a hit, you're not in a good position with only 1 out, and a guy can easily get an RBI sacrifice fly or you could advance the runners. The last thing you want to see if you are Hobb is the bases loaded. And especially Gardner-Webb, who's trying to regain their footing, they need some outs right here.
Braxton Church up for the third time today. App State can swing the pickaxe and break this one open with one big shot. As Braxton Church watches the first one go by for a cold strike out of the hand of Hobb. So 0-1, one out. Cameron Miller on first, Juan Correa on third. One run already's come in here in the bottom of the fourth thanks to a sacrifice fly from John Kramer. Church turns on this one. A breaking ball that's punished out into right field. It'll go all the way to the wall. Correa comes in to score. The stop side on at third for Cameron Miller. Coasting into second with a stand-up double is Braxton Church. Make it a 7-3 lead for the Mountaineers as Church buries one into the right field corner.
And Church giving the Mountaineers exactly what they pray for, bringing them back home, putting up a bigger lead on Gardner-Webb. And now another power hitter, another big-time star, and Riley Luft up to bat. Things are not going well for the running Bulldogs.
This order all the way through. I mean, you've got to deal with Juan Correa, John Kramer, Tyler Figueroa, Joseph Zamora, all guys who are sitting right about 400 on a batting average. Then you get down to the back half of this order, and you got to deal with two of the best freshmen in the Sun Belt. First one offered to Luft is put out of play over the Gardner-Webb dugout down the third base side. So no balls and one strike. Cameron Miller moves from first to third on the double from Braxton Church. Braxton occupying second as Hobbs going to drop his glove, and looks like the pitch comm isn't working for him, so they're going to change that out. But Braxton Church, it's all about superstition when you play baseball, and I think everybody who's met Braxton knows that the facial hair was always a key part of what he does, and showed up to the field yesterday clean shaven, not a single hair left on his face. And it's one of those situations where I walked up and told him, he recognized you. What was the decision? He said, hopefully to get more hits. So Church stands on second. In the box is Luft. The 0-1 delivered. Just barely misses the shins of Riley. As Shaler, another pitch that comes in pretty hot that he's got to square up to behind the batter. One ball, one strike. Two runners on, one away. App State leads 7-3. Luft turns on this one, sends it foul. Once again, over the Gardner-Webb dugout, becomes another souvenir.
And Hobb, even though having his struggles here in the inning, Gardner-Webb still not warming up anybody in the bullpen. Looks like they're deciding to keep him in, at least for the rest of this inning, if not the next.
Riley Luft 1 for 2 on the afternoon. Line down to shortstop first time up. And then singled and scored in the third inning. Luft, he's beat on a breaking ball there. That was a nasty one from Hobb. Such an enticing pitch. It looks like it's starting over the heart of the plate. And when you swing and realize what happened, it ends up down at your left shoe.
Not ideal swing right there from Riley Luft. However, Mountaineers can't complain about the position they're in. Still up very big and only gaining momentum as two runners still in scoring position.
The 8-hole hitter, Dylan Moquin, up for the third time today. Lefty-lefty matchup as Hobb pours in the first pitch. It'll miss just outside for ball one. Tyler Lichtenberger standing on deck if he gets an opportunity. The 1-0 on the way, breaking ball, called for a strike. Moquin seemed to disagree with the call, but has to take his lumps. A ball and a strike, 2 away. Cameron Miller on third, Braxton Church on second. Moquin swings on this one, doesn't get out of the box until very late. Moquin, I think, thought it was foul as maybe it went off the plate, but instead it's a fair ball, fielded cleanly by the first baseman. In Francis, taps on the bag, and that will do it in the bottom of the fourth inning. App State brings 2 across and extends the lead 7-3. Caleb Marks back out for his 5th full inning of work when we return on 90.5 WASU. Coming off of his immaculate inning, Caleb Marks is ready for his 5th full inning of work as we welcome you back to Jim and Betty Smith Stadium, the campus of Appalachian State University. 7-3, App State leads the Running Bulldogs as we are ready to start the top of the 5th inning. It will be Merrick Carter, Ryan Kennel, and Dale Francis due up here in the top of the 5th. But as we had mentioned before, Caleb Marks, 9 pitches and 9 strikes thrown to the 8-9-1 hitters of Gardner-Webb just an inning ago. He'll start this one off with a ball outside. So no chance for a repeat, but how often do you really see an immaculate inning?
Yeah, you can't complain too much about throwing your first ball in 10 pitches at least. So
next one comes in, breaking ball, missing low.
And the temperature's continuing to drop here in the high country, and I see somebody in the stands wearing a tank top, David.
That's dedication?
I guess. I couldn't do that.
Even question if it's worth it. Another breaking ball misses low for Marks. So 3 balls and no strikes on Merrick Carter. He's reached both times, singled in the first and scored a run, and then was left on base after a walk in the second. The 3-0 is ball 4. It was a borderline pitch at the top of the zone. Does not get the call, so 4 pitches and a walk to Merrick Carter to start off the top of the 5th inning. You got to believe that the leash is starting to get a little shorter for Caleb Marks as approaching the 80 pitch mark in this contest. It's now Ryan Kennel, the 3-hole hitter, to step up. 1 for 2 with a strikeout in the first and a single in the second. Marks lifts the leg, sends it home. Breaking pitch is swung on a bit early and tapped out of play. That foul ball will land in the bushes over the Gardner-Webb dugout. We'll see if any fans go running over to it. Nobody yet.
That pitch a little bit questionable to swing on. I thought that one was a little high in the zone. It probably would have been called for a ball if Kennel didn't make contact. So
Kennel got jumpy. It was a breaking ball that looked like it was going to loop back down into the zone. Fastball this time poured in from Marks, and that one catches the lower outside corner. So Ryan Kennel, right-handed bat, finds himself in an 0-2 count. Marks wasting no time, comes set at the chest, takes a deep breath, lifts the leg, fires home, and a breaking ball on the outside of the zone. Goes for strike 3. Another backwards K added to the list for Caleb Marks. Now his 8th strikeout of the ball game and the first out of the top of the 5th.
Marks rebuilding that confidence after giving up a 4 straight pitch walk at the first batter. We'll see if he's able to recreate the strikeout he had just now coming up, but great job rebounding from the pitcher.
His 3rd strikeout looking. Now Dale Francis Jr. steps in and watches a breaking ball miss for ball 1. Francis has done some damage in this series so far. 2 home runs, 1 yesterday and 1 today. That opened the scoring as Gardner-Webb held an early 2-0 lead in the first inning. Next pitch is a fastball offered. Missing inside for Marks. 2 balls and no strikes. 1 away and 1 on for Gardner-Webb in the top of the 5th. Red uniforms, the gray pants for Gardner-Webb. App State, their black unis with white pants with the App State script across the chest. Marks the 2-0, sends this one home. It's popped up high into the air out towards left. Kramer's got a beat on it. A step onto the warning track, has to leap and watches it go over the wall. Dale Francis Jr. with his 2nd home run, his 2nd 2-run homer in this game, will trot around the bags, and the first baseman has been a spark plug of offense for Gardner-Webb. Now 4 RBIs as this game moves ever closer. App State now leads 7-5.
And that ball was a moonshot. It felt like it stayed in the air for minutes. It felt like that one was never going to come down. Very close to the wall. It looks like on the left wall, Kramer might have been able to make a play on it, just a little bit too much height. Possibly the wind carrying it farther away and giving the Gardner-Webb back in this game.
See his first pitch he sees, lines this one out towards right. Luft coming in, and Luft misses it. Looked like a routine play, but Riley Luft took his eye off the ball.
And we'll see we'll see if they decide to call it, but that will be considered the first error of the game for the Mountaineers after having 4 last outing against Gardner-Webb.
And it will be an error as Riley Luft should have had that one. That was a routine play, and Luft got a little too comfortable with it, tried to underhand snag in the webbing, but was unable to do so. So reaching on the air is Garrett Macias. Brings up Matt Ilgenfritz. Redshirt sophomore awaits the first pitch from Caleb Marks. Sees a breaking ball go for strike one on the outside part of the plate. Ilgenfritz, a double back of the first and then a strikeout looking in the third. 6 hits for both of these two squads. 7-5 App State leads, but the tying run standing in the box. Marks misses again. Now 1 ball and 1 strike. As back to that home run, just an at-bat ago from Dale Francis. It felt like that was a routine pop-up, but as we can see by the flag blowing out in center field, it is blowing well out of left. This ball's pieced out towards center. It's going to get down in front of Dylan Moquin. 1 hop. Moquin fires it in towards second base. It will be a long single for Ilgenfritz. Advancing from first to third will be Garrett Macias. Gardner-Webb, something cooking here in the top of the 5th.
Now out feeling their backs against the wall a little bit here in the inning. We'll see if they decide to go for a mound visit, as because any scoring play from here on out can spell danger if they want to hold on to this 2-run lead.
Caleb Marks, 92 pitches in this game so far. And right on cue, we're going to have a meeting at the mound. If this were to be the end of the afternoon for Caleb Marks, 4 in the 3rd innings pitch, 7 hits and 5 earned runs, 8 strikeouts, 3 walks, 3 extra base hits given up, 2 homers and a double across 92 pitches. That will be it.
And an immaculate inning.
And an immaculate inning. You got to make sure you throw that one in there, as there will be a new App State pitcher ready to join the game. When we come back, 1 out in the top of the 5th for Gardner-Webb. Runners on the corners and a new arm in. We'll be back in just a moment here on 90.5 WASU with more Mountaineer baseball. Connor Barazino is the new arm into the game for the App State Mountaineers. He comes in a precarious situation. Runners are on the corners with the tying run standing at first base, and the go-ahead run ready to step up to the plate for Gardner-Webb in the top of the 5th inning. 7-5, App State leads for the moment. But the freshman, the right-hander in Connor Barazino from Cornelius, North Carolina, went to Hickory Grove Christian. And so far, he's been put in a couple tough spots this year for App State, but one of the biggest moments on the year for the freshman upcoming. Gardner-Webb has already tallied 2 runs in the top of the 5th inning, thanks to the second home run of the day for Dale Francis, their first baseman. The right-hander in Barazino, the first pitch home, is swung on and fouled back against the net for Nick Capozzi. Capozzi 2 flyouts, 1 to left and 1 to right. So far, Garrett Macias stands on third. Matt Ilgenfritz on first for Gardner-Webb. Berezino gives the nod. Comes set on his right hip. Looks in, delivers a breaking ball, and it's down low. Ball and a strike on Capozzi. The sun's starting to go behind some lingering clouds here in Boone. It's chilly, and it's only getting chillier. Here's the 1-1. That one skips in the turf. Braxton Church plugs it up. 2 balls and a strike on Capozzi. But Berezino, so far this year, ERA up over 10. 5 innings pitched, 10 hits, 6 earned runs, 2 walks, and 6 strikeouts. The 2-1 pitch misses outside to the right-handed bat of Capozzi. So 3 balls and a strike. The first batter that Connor Berezino faces. Capozzi representing the go-ahead run. Sees the 3-1 come in, and it will be a called strike. Full count now. It's Capozzi swinging a Marucci Cadex composite. Paint scheme recognizable all the way from up here. Full count offering on the way. Swung on. It's a grounder over towards third. Figueroa has plugged it up. He's thrown it over to second. Zamora to first. 5-4-3 double play to get out of the inning for the App State Mountaineers. That's all they were looking for. A full count pitch for Capozzi is rolled over. Figueroa snags it at third, flips to second. Zamora on to first. And a 5-4-3 double play for App State gets them out of the jam. 2 runs are struck across the board for Gardner-Webb, but 2 will be left on. 7-5 your score as App State comes up to bat when we return to Jim and Betty Smith Stadium in just a moment. Seven to 5, App State leads Gardner-Webb as we welcome you back in for the bottom of the 5th inning. Due up for App State will be Tyler Lichtenberger, Tyler Figueroa, and Joseph Zamora as the Mountaineers look to extend their lead. David Katzenmaier and Bobby Phillips here with you on YouTube for 90.5 WASU. This is Jarek Hobb back in for his 2nd inning of work in this contest. First pitch home to the left-handed bat, hits him up and in. That pitch went soaring on Tyler Lichtenberger, so a little bit of a limp as he heads down to first, and it's one of those where, you know, maybe in 80-degree weather it doesn't hurt so bad, but that cold's going to add a little bit more of a sting onto it. It's the leadoff batter, and Tyler Lichtenberger will reach first. It'll bring up Tyler Figueroa for the 4th time.
Definitely a nice way to get on base early on, even if you have to take the contact. Mountaineers have done a great job of getting on base here today, David. That's what they've been great at doing all season, in my opinion, and we're seeing them continue to do it once again as trying to put some more runs back up on the board.
Figueroa, 1 for 2 so far today with a walk. Shows bunt, lays one down the third baseline. It's a nice bunt coming in and charging. Making the throw in time is Ilgen Fritz. That was a laser of a throw over to first base. Advancing to second will be Lichtenberger, but that was a great throw and seemed to catch the defense a bit off guard. with the bunt laid down from Tyler Figueroa.
Just great fielding right there overall. We saw a great fielding play by the Mountaineers just half an inning ago, and then now Gardner-Webb returning the favor. However, Mountaineers can't complain too much as they're able to advance the runner.
So Jared Cobb has himself an out on the board. However, a runner stands in scoring position for Joseph Zamora. Switches around to the right side of the plate for the first time today. Zamora, the only switch hitter in this starting lineup for the Mountaineers. 1 ball, no strikes on Joseph. Lichtenberger standing out on second. App State leads 7-5. 1 out in the 5th. Swung on, and a looping ball will head into right field. Fielded cleanly by Capozzi. So Joseph Zamora, his first at-bat from the right side of the plate, leads to a flyout in right field.
You can feel the pace of the game slowing down a little bit for the Mountaineers, as we saw each start of the inning for the most part in this game. The Mountaineers were able to really get things scorching early on, but now we'll see if Correa is able to rebuild some of that momentum.
Juan Correa, a walk, a strikeout, and a double. Coming in to score a run. First pitch from Hobb misses inside on the big right-handed bat of Juan Correa. 5 home runs so far this year. That is the leader on this Mountaineer team. A number that sits top 10 in all of NCAA Division I baseball. Hobb delivers. Big swing and a miss from Correa. Ball pops out of the glove of Shaler. Able to go recollect it before Lichtenberger can even think about swiping third. So a ball and a strike. 2 away in the bottom of the 5th. Juan Correa stands in with a 1-1 count. The lefty and Hobb delivers, and another breaking ball has Correa out in front. Swing and a miss. Down to his final strike here in the bottom of the 5th. Gardner-Webb 7 hits, App State 6 hits up to this point. The 1-2 offering. Correa holds off on another breaking ball. This one a bit lower and less enticing, bouncing down in the turf. Knotted up at 2 balls and 2 strikes. John Kramer awaits on deck if he gets an opportunity. Correa waits patiently. Hobb lifts the leg, fires home. Correa belts this one high into the air, out towards the right center gap. It'll be easily playable for Capozzi. Camps under it and makes the play. Juan Correa flies out to right field, and that will do it here in the bottom of the 5th inning. 1 left on for the App State Mountaineers, as the score still stands 7-5. App in front as we head into the 6th. Bobby Phillips will take us from there when we return on 90.5 WASU.
Seven to 5, the score here at the top of the 6th inning, as we see the App State Mountaineers in the lead as they will be pitching against Gardner-Webb. Next up for the running Bulldogs, Bennett Shaler going back up to bat for them. Saw Mountaineers go scoreless in the bottom of the 5th inning, and in the top of the 5th inning, Gardner-Webb was able to score 2 runs their last time at bat.
Connor Berezino remaining in the game for the App State Mountaineers, as a big-time pitch to Capozzi to end the inning back in the 5th resulted in a 5-4-3 double play.
Berzino now set for the pitch. His pitch on the way across the plate. Called just inside for ball one.
So far, Shaler, 2 strikeouts on the contest, 1 looking and 1 swinging.
Next pitch on the way from Berzino will be called strike this time. Shaler thought about swinging on it, decided not to. Make it 1-1 on the count.
Didn't really even look like a hittable pitch, but it goes for a strike, a breaking ball that was inside. It felt well inside from up here, but hey, they got a better vantage point than we do.
Pitch on the way, called this one a little bit low and outside for 1-2 count early on here in the top of the 6th. Or 2-1 count, my apologies. I mixed up the order of the numbers.
No worries. Ethan Rossau, the 9-hole hitter, stands on deck. Lawson Knight in the hole for Gardner-Webb.
Pitch on the way, that one down the middle, and a strike evening up the count at 2 apiece.
And right now, if you're Bennett Shaler, you're thinking, okay, well, I'm not going to get any calls on the inside part of the plate. That pitch catches the outside part of the zone, and right now, instead of it feeling like a rectangle vertical, it's feeling like a horizontal rectangle with that strike zone.
Pitch on the way, that one not swung at, and it'll be called a ball, even though plenty of Mountaineer fans, I think, believe that was going to be called for strike 3. Instead, we're going to see a full count for the Bulldogs.
Well, Bobby, it was in the exact same spot as the previous pitch, so I don't blame him. A little bit of inconsistency from our umpiring crew to start things off.
See what Blue decides to call on this next pitch down the way. That one a little bit inside, but called for strike 3, and out 1 here in the top of the 6th. So Shaler will go back to the bench as we will see Rossau go up to bat for Gardner-Webb.
You say down the way, that was down the middle. I don't know what else you're looking for if you're Bennett Shaler. You could be frustrated all you want about a pitch that's borderline on the inside part of the zone, another one that's borderline on the outside part. But when you leave it sitting middle, you got nothing to do but hang your head and head back.
Now 1 out here in the top of the 6th inning. 7-5, App State leads. Rossau, pitch on the way for him. That one down and away, called for ball 1.
Rossau a fly out to right field back in the 2nd, and then a strikeout in the 4th. One of 3 victims in the 4th as a part of an immaculate inning from Caleb Marks.
Pitch on the way, bounces off well before it even gets close to home plate. No doubt a ball right there, making it 2-0. Berzino can't get it across the plate.
Berzino originally played high school ball with Cameron Miller. Part of the reason why he chose to come to App State. He was ranked as the 21st best right-handed pitcher in the state of North Carolina in last year's senior class.
Pitch on the way is hit to the left side. It goes up and over third base, as we'll see Rossau advance to first and get on base for Gardner-Webb here at the top of the 6th.
It's another difference about playing on turf versus playing on natural grass. That ball is spiked into the ground, and typically if that's on grass, dirt, whatever you're playing with your infield, that ball is an easy one that's fielded by Figueroa. But because of the properties of this playing surface, that ball just has so much more bounce to it. It's like it's coming off the bat and then hitting a trampoline.
Yeah, that one went sky high right there, David. There's no way to field that one. Now we'll see Lawson Knight back up to bat at the top of the batting order for Gardner-Webb. 1 runner on first. See what he decides to do with it. Pitch on the way, called down the middle for a strike, making it 0-1.
Lawson Knight, the 3rd or 4th at-bat for him so far today. Has reached once. He flew out to center in the 1st. Walked in the 2nd and struck out in the 4th.
Pitch on the way for Knight. But it'll be thrown to right side, but it won't be called out at first base. We saw Braxton Church try to throw it to Correa to pick off the runner, but won't be called out. Now a 1-1 count here in the inning.
Good back pick opportunity. It seemed like Ethan Rossau was sleeping a little bit at the wheel over off first.
Pitch now on the way. It is hit high back and almost hits the.
It was close.
Almost hits the press box right there of hitting it back.
We're gonna get one this year,
we
Bobby.
are.
We
have
have to. So
yeah. It's gonna be one of us who catches it too.
we had the beer bat tower going a second ago. App State is a novelty item so far to start this year is selling hollow bats, fill them with beer. We had a big old tower of them going. Down in what's called, I'll say the mini student section.
And it's hit towards center field, but stops dead and caught right there by second base. Joseph Zamora right there getting out. Looked like it could have hit over him, but I think the wind kind of let the ball die and able to get the easy out.
Yes, a weak contact there from Lawson Knight will lead to the line out to Joseph Zamora. So Merrick Carter, who's done decent damage in this game, now steps in for the left side. The only lefty batter that Gardner-Webb has. 2 walks and a single, as well as a run scored.
Carter definitely a dangerous player. If you are App State, pitch on the way for him. Down the middle, called for a strike. Looked like a very hittable ball on that one, but decides not to swing.
Nice breaking ball from Berezino.
As a couple of fans have left, David, but still a decent crowd here at Jim and Betty Smith Stadium, cheering on the Mountaineers. His next pitch on the way, called inside for a ball.
It's just one of those things. It's so cold when you are sitting down and you can't really move. Still got the sunshine on you, but when those wind chills are bringing it down to the high 30s and all you're doing is sitting and watching, I don't blame him.
Ball tried to get picked off there on the first base, but once again, no go for the Mountaineers. Second time they tried to pick off first base runner. I believe that's Ethan Rossow still on first base. Next pitch on the way. It's thought about to be swung on, but will not, as now making it 2-1 for Merrick Carter.
Yeah, current temperature's 44 here in Boone. Feels like 36. Wind gusts up to 30 miles an hour right now.
And with most of the stadium in shade, only not very comfortable as that ball is hit down the right side and called foul, evening it up at 2s across the board. 2 balls, 2 strikes, and 2 outs here at the top of the 6th.
Final game of this home series will be played tomorrow at 1 o'clock. However, it will not be up here in Boone. It was announced yesterday that the closing game of this series will move to Hickory, North Carolina. Temperature's only supposed to reach the mid-30s here in the high country.
Next pitch on the way, and that one called inside, making it 3-1 on the scoreboard. I believe it's supposed to be 3-2.
We'll see if we get an update and or a correction, but right now, Merrick Carter being very selective with the pitches that he sees. And you're correct, it is a 3-2 count.
Now full count, 2 outs, ball on the way, and it is high, and it'll be called for a walk. As App State's not able to get out of this one so easy as Merrick Carter advances to first base. It advances Rossow to second, so runner on each. Now stepping up to bat, Ryan Kennel.
Strikeout swinging in the first, got back up in the second inning where he singled and was left stranded there. Step back up in the 5th for the 3rd time and struck out looking.
See if he's able to make some contact here as deciding what to do with it. Ball on the way, swung on and shoots the gap on the left side out to left field. Now he's running home. Rossow will run in for Gardner-Webb, making this a 1-run ball game. App State still leads, but 7-6 here in the high country.
RBI single for Ryan Kennel. That'll move Merrick Carter up to second base. And so Ethan Rossow coming all the way around to score a run. And feels like right on time mound meeting here for the Mountaineers.
We'll see what Kermit Smith decides to do. But we're going to take a quick break. If it is a pitching change, we'll see what they decide. As Borzino not had the best but not the worst game out there for the Mountaineers.
Berezino right now at the 27 pitch mark. And he's, for the most part, been used fairly limited so far this year. As take a look at the numbers coming into this game. 2 appearances with 5 innings pitched, so this will be his shortest outing.
As it will be a substitution. So when we come back, we'll see who the next pitcher is, but don't go anywhere. You're listening to App State Baseball right here on 90.5 WASU. And welcome back to the High Country as App State leads 7-6 here in the top of the 6th inning. They've given up 1 run so far, as we saw Berezino check out of the game, but now coming in for the Mountaineers to pitch, Carter Boyd. David Katzenmaier, what do you got for us about the new pitcher?
Yeah, brother of App State phenom CJ Boyd. As Carter coming in, redshirted his 2023 year, and in 2024 he made 3 appearances. They were all midweek starts for App State. Had 1 scoreless inning at High Point all the way back on February 20th of 2024. So far this year, 4 innings pitched, 6 hits given up, only 3 earned runs, 4 strikeouts to 2 walks, with a 6.75 ERA across those 2 appearances.
We're going to see Dale Francis back up to bat for the running Bulldogs, as there's 2 outs on the board here in the High Country. 7-6 is the score. App State leads, but still trying to hold on, as Carter Boyd will size up his first pitch with a runner on first and second, trying to close out the top of the 6th inning.
It's Dale Francis up at the plate for Gardner-Webb.
Boyd's pitch on the way, bounces off the ground, but recovered by Church. Looked like it could possibly cause a scramble by the runners, but recovered easy enough, making it 1-0 on the count.
Francis Jr. 2 for 3 in this game. Total of 4 RBIs. Those 2 hits both left the park.
Boyd set, looking around. Decided to pitch it across the plate. Ball is hit up high to right field, and it is gone, as that is a home run for Gardner-Webb, putting them back on top, making it 9-7 here, as Dale Francis with the big run for Gardner-Webb.
Right on cue for Dale Francis. He's already had 2 balls that have snuck out of this park, and that was a no-doubter. That ball off the bat flew over the party porch in right center. All the App State dads out there had to watch that one fly over their heads, and just like that, these games can change. App State once held a 7-3 lead, but 6 unanswered runs from Gardner-Webb. Like you just said, have them up 9-7. 4 runs come across here in the 6th. Still, the inning not over, 2 away.
Marcius now back up to bat after the home run from Dale Francis, my apologies, as that first ball called from Boyd, a outside one, making it 1-0 on the count.
Francis has brought across 7 of the 9 runs now for Gardner-Webb in this game.
Ball across the plate for Boyd. That one called ball, making it 2-0 as the wind is ferociously picking up here in the High Country.
My goodness. It's construction going on behind the stadium, and that wind, when it blows in, it's bringing a lot of dust and debris.
Next pitch called for ball 3. That one well outside, making it 3-0, putting Boyd a little bit in a hole against Marcius. Pitch now on the way, called for ball 4. Marcius will mosey on over to first base. Not the start you're looking for if you are Carter Boyd.
Especially after that home run, just dancing around the zone, not wanting to give up another tough one to the 5-hole hitter. But you now have Matt Ilgenfritz stepping up. He's been the most productive batter in the bottom part of this order. Had a double back in the first inning, struck out looking in the 3rd, and then singled in the 5th where he was stranded.
Ilgenfritz steps up to bat as Boyd's pitch on the way. It's called a ball, that one called low, making it 1-0. Some fans not very happy about that. It's now runner on first. Gardner-Webb leads 9-7. Pitch on the way, that one swung on, and it is hit foul well over the home side stance. Now count 1-1, 2 outs on the board. See pitch across the plate. This one called for strike 2 in the count, making it 1-2 as Carter Boyd hoping to get out at the top of the 6th inning. Boyd sizes up quickly again. This pitch on the way. That one swung on, chopped up high. Caught by the second baseman, thrown to first. And that will take us to the end of the 6th inning. Zamora passing it over to Correa to close it out, but not before Gardner-Webb was able to score 4 runs here at the top of the 6th. We're going to take a quick break, but when we come back, we'll be at the bottom of the 6th right here on 90.5 WASU. Score sitting at 9-7. Gardner-Webb leads here in the bottom of the 6th inning here at App State, as we're seeing number 20, John Kramer, step up to bat for the Mountaineers. So he'll try and get this momentum going once again against the Running Bulldogs. Bobby Phillips joined here today by David Katzenmaier here in the booth. Here in the bottom of the 6th, pitch on the way from Hobb. That one swung on hard and for strike 1.
John Kramer so far was hit by a pitch in the first, grounded out back to the pitcher in the second, had himself a sacrifice fly in the 4th.
Next pitch called a little bit high, and that one called ball 1, evening it up at 1-1 apiece for the Mountaineers. Pitch high. That one almost giving Kramer a haircut on that pitch, making it 2-1, and that one's a no-doubter. Pitch on the way from Hobb. That one swung on, bounce up high, almost towards us.
Oh, my gosh. We had a shot. We had a chance.
I thought that was the one we were going to catch, David.
Oh, I thought it was. That ball was, I mean, it needed 2 more feet to go over the screen right at us.
And we would have caught it.
Oh,
that was
so
all
close.
ours. Ball on the way from Hobb, swung on, reaching, but that one bounced behind, and Kramer's going to be able to steal first base. That one looked like an easy out for Gardner-Webb, but bounced it up behind the catcher, and Kramer able to advance to first.
It's one of the worst feelings in the world if you're a pitcher. Hey, I just got the strikeout, but oh, what, the runner's still on first? I mean, looks good in the score column and tack another strikeout in there, but it's more of a hassle to have to deal with Kramer over on first than just say, hey, thanks for the quick stat.
Now Cam Miller stepping back up to bat for the Mountaineers, one of the biggest hitters on the team, the power hitter, some might say. Pitch on the way for him. That one sat on, and that one called a ball.
Miller walked back in the first and was stranded. When he got back up in the 3rd inning, he flew out to right field and then got back up in the 4th and singled, where he was stranded on first.
Next pitch on the way from Hobb. That one called outside this time, putting Miller up 2-0 in the count.
Through the first 5 innings, App State has left 8 runners stranded on base. Although the offense has been efficient, it's a number you look at and you got to think that they're unhappy with how many were left stranded.
That ball chopped on and a foul, making it 2-1. But as you were saying, David, you love to get guys on base, but you got to be bringing them home. We would like to see maybe a little bit more power hitting from the Mountaineers, or even just better placed balls to get them back home.
App State has left at least 1 runner on base every single inning in this game.
This ball hit to the left side, to the 3rd base side, caught and out on second, and safe at first. Cam Miller able to run out the out, but not before we saw John Kramer get out on second.
Ilgen Fritz, the 3rd baseman, when he swung it over to second, it was fielded by Carter, or excuse me, it's fielded by Carter. I don't even need to double check myself there.
Yeah, you got to stop doubting yourself.
John Kramer came sliding in as he was advancing from first to second and took the feet out from under Carter, and so that throw was delayed just a touch. We're having a discussion right now, all three umpires meeting just off the left side of the mound to discuss, I believe, if Cam Miller was safe or not. They're going to go take a look. So there's two things they could be looking at here is Cam Miller believes he's fully safe. However, it looked like when Miller came down, his left foot, when he reached, was on the white bag. Remember, there is a new rule in NCAA baseball that now adds a safety bag, an orange base, the size of your typical base, but it's in foul territory on the right side. The idea is it's supposed to limit injuries when you're trying to fight for the same base. So we've seen some controversy already in the NCAA over rulings of, you know, if you're running to first and you step on the white bag instead of the orange one, aren't you still safe? Well, NCAA doesn't want to promote that, and so they're saying that if you step on that white bag, you will be called out. If your foot makes contact with the orange safety bag, you will be safe. So they could be looking at one of two things, either if his foot touched the safety bag or if it was in time.
So it's definitely going to be an interesting decision right here as Mountaineers want to keep a runner on base, even though they've had their struggles bringing him home. So want to be able to tack up more runs if possible.
But Jarek Hobb, the third pitcher to come into the game for Gardner-Webb so far, has thrown 2 1/3 innings, only allowed 2 hits and 1 earned run, 2 strikeouts, 1 walk. Those 2 hits he allowed were both doubles. So App State's been able to get men on, but Hobb has been shutting them down after Jace Presley, the starting pitcher for Gardner-Webb, was run out of this game before he could even record an out. Pfeiffer came in after him and cleaned up the mess, and so far Jarek Hobb has done a fantastic job at holding App State at 7 runs. Those 2 he allowed came back in the 4th, blanked App State in the 5th, and now with 1 away, App's got 1 on for the time being, depending on the review.
This review's taking a hot minute, David, as they're really trying to look. We'll see how much longer they decide to do it. Coming up next for the Mountaineers is number 27, Braxton Church, who's had his fair share of highlight plays today.
Yeah, Braxton's been a great contact hitter, a single and scored a run in the 3rd and then an RBI double in the 4th. Picked up another RBI bank in the 1st with a sacrifice fly. So 2 for 2 with 2 RBIs for Braxton Church. As here's our call whether Cam Miller is safe or not.
The call is out. Oh, it's a safe. I think they were saying out for second base,
yes.
Safe at first. I got a little bit confused right there at first when they threw up the out, but Cam Miller will remain on first base here in the high country, keeping it out. Only 1 out for the Mountaineers as the wind really picks up right now.
We've got a barrier behind us to block any spectators from coming to join us in the booth, and the barrier either usually has sandbags on it or is filled with water, but this one was pulled out of storage for us today, and so it's a big piece of plastic blowing in the wind.
Braxton Church now up to bat. Lefty versus lefty matchup. This ball called strike, as a couple fans believe that was away, but they'll call it 0-1 on the count.
I'll agree with our umpire there. That was a nice pitch on the outside part of the plate to the left-handed bat of Braxton Church.
Next pitch on the way. This one swung hard. It's foul, and it is bounced into almost the parking lot. For a second, I thought we were going to get one, David. I thought we were going to get one.
Hey, all I'm saying is if that ball stays in, I'm dropping the headset and I'm running.
Oh, for sure.
I'm going to get that foul ball.
Yeah, we're going to get one for the office one day.
We got to.
Hobb now sizing up. He'll throw his pitch. That one well high, called for a ball. Now making it 1-2, alleviating sub pressure for Church.
Stands up Shaler there. That fastball got away from Hobb.
The temperatures continue to drop. The action is heating up here in the high country as the next pitch on the way. Check swing. It will be called a no full motion. So now 2-2 on the count.
It did not go around, did not break the edge of home plate. 2 balls and 2 strikes now for Braxton.
Pitch on the way for Church. And that one called ball as well. So 3-2 in a moment where it was 0-2 at one point. So now see what Church decides to do here with the full count and what Hobb decides to throw. Cam Miller on first base. Pitch on the way, swung on to right field, and it drops down, allowing the runners to advance. Cam Miller will go to third, and Braxton Church stopping at first, putting runners on the corners. It's number 8, Riley Luft, up to bat for the Mountaineers.
There's no doubt in the world for Cam Miller whether or not he was going. If that ball was caught, he was going to be standing on third when they go tag him up. But Cam with confidence rounding all the way to third. Braxton Church has himself his third hit of the afternoon. Mountaineers, something brewing with one away in the bottom of the 6th.
Definitely a great way to get some momentum, as now we'll see a mound visit to Jarek Hobb. See if they decide to keep him out there, if he needs some help out there.
Looks like that's going to be all.
Yep, and it looks like we'll get a substitution. We'll figure out who that substitution is after a quick break. But don't go anywhere. When we come back, we'll have the rest of the bottom of the 6th right here on 90.5 WASU. Nine to 7 the score here in the high country, bottom of the 6th, 1 out. See the Mountaineers trying to get some momentum back in this game as they have runners on the corners with Riley Luft, but checking in now for Gardner-Webb, and the pitching arrangement is number 11, Mason Manriquez. David, what do you have about him?
Yeah, Manriquez, a transfer from Duke University. The right-handed senior so far this season, boasting a 4.91 ERA across 2 appearances, 2 innings pitched. 2 hits, 1 earned run, 2 walks, and 2 strikeouts. So fairly neutral so far this year, but they'll call on Gardner-Webb will call on him in a big moment. It's the Mountaineers runners on the corners, only 1 away in the bottom of the 6th.
As I mentioned before, Riley Luft up to bat, trying to bring some of his boys home. Cam Miller on third. We see Braxton Church on first. We'll see if he's able to do so. Manriquez sizes up for his first pitch of the game.
Luft 1 for 3 today.
That pitch on the way, and it is down the middle, called for a strike. 0-1 on the count.
Riley lined out to the shortstop back in the 1st inning. In the 3rd, he singled and came around to score and then struck out in the 4th.
Pitch on the way. That one swung on, chopped up high to the 3rd baseman. That one thrown to right side to first base. And he will be called out, but not before Cam Miller is able to run home and narrow the lead to 1 for Gardner-Webb. Now 9-8 on the game.
That's all it takes right there. Now you've got the tying run standing on second with Braxton Church. Go ahead run at the plate with Dylan Moquin. App State scores their first run since the 4th.
Moquin, some hit a double earlier here today. We'll see if he's able to get that going, as now Braxton Church is on second base. Pitch on the way from Oakland. That one is low into the left. That one called ball.
Dylan Moquin, a strikeout looking in the first, an RBI double in the third. He had a ground out in the fourth.
Next on the way, swung hard by Moquin, but that one will sneak by him, making it 1-1 on the count with 2 outs remaining on the board.
Light rays leaking across the field right now as the sun starts to go behind the trees behind the third base line.
This game gets chillier by the moment. This one swung on, and that one is fouled and to the left for a second, David. I thought that might be coming to us, but it was not. So it'll be 1-2 on the count still and 2 outs on the board.
When I'm down in the dugout tomorrow in Hickory, I'll let them know that, hey, if you guys are going to foul it off, can you at least send it to our booth when we're back at Jim and Betty Smith? So hopefully that'll make a difference.
Yeah, they'll really aim for us. Next pitch on the way. That one swung hard and missed, and that'll be the third out here at the bottom of the 6th, but not before. Mountaineers were able to put in 1 run, making the score 9-8. But we're going to take a quick break, but when we come back, we'll have the 7th inning right here on 90.5 WASU. Nine to 8 on the board as we see Gardner-Webb leading the Mountaineers here in the high country as they're going back to bat. As we'll see number 5, Nick Capozzi, go back up for Gardner-Webb. Carter Boyd still at the mound. Bobby Phillips here on play-by-play for this inning, joined in the booth by David Katzenmaier in a chilly but exciting matchup here in Jim and Betty Smith Stadium. So we see some fans starting to leave, and it's not because of the action, it's about the wind chill, but we'll see if that affects the players going into the final 3 of this inning. It's Nick Capozzi up to bat.
Capozzi hit to reach base safely, and
that ball is hit to right field, bounces up high, he'll round first, he's going to second, and it's fumbled on the right side, and he'll decide to go for third. We'll see the Mountaineers try and cut him off, and it is bounced off to the back, and it looks like Nick Capozzi was able to get a triple on that play. Plethora of fielding struggles right there. First on the right side, Riley Luft bobbled it, and then passing it to third, Figueroa not able to hold on. So Capozzi able to get the third base and get an easy scoring position off the first pitch here in the 7th inning.
Well, I'm not opening my mouth anymore for a guy who's 0 for 3 and has struck out. Goodness. I feel like that was my fault right there. Carter, sorry, buddy.
Bennett Shaler now up to bat.
I'll take the
for
blame for that
Gardner-Webb. Webb, as I said that right. Gardner-Webb.
The southern drawl kicked in.
That pitch on the way. That one's low and called for a ball.
It's Bennett Shaler, 2 strikeouts in this game so far.
Carter Boyd still trying to find a rhythm here in this game. A little bit hot and cold. How his pitching tends to be. That pitch now, once again, considered low, and a ball, making a 2-0 count with 0 outs on the board. Still got a runner on third for Gardner-Webb. That one being Capozzi. Next pitch on the way. That one considered high once again, putting Boyd in a hole, 3-0.
Carter Boyd, this is the guy to attack. He's had 2 strikeouts looking and 1 strikeout swinging. If anybody's struggling to see it, it's him.
That pitch right down Broadway, making it 3-1, finally picking up a strike on the count and regaining his footing for Carter Boyd.
And I think Boyd just dancing around contact right now. That runner standing 90 feet away, trying to keep it a one-run game. Tongue twister.
Boyd resets. He steps off the mound for a second, but able to reset. His pitch on the way. That one a steamer, and it is fouled, chopped high, making it a full count.
This wind just continues to remain brutal up here on top of the mountain. The baseball field for App State, not only is it just windy in the high country in general, but the baseball field pretty much is the highest point of elevation on campus for App State. And so, although there's tree line, it's pretty tough to be protected from the wind up here.
And right there, Gardner-Webb protected from getting it out, as they'll be able to walk for first base. Putting runners on the corners, Carter Boyd now loses his hat in the wind as that runs away, but now runners on the corner as number 2, Ethan Rossow, back up to bat.
Corners with nobody out. You got to think they're going to, you ask Carter Boyd to get through this at bat, and if it's efficient, you keep him in, but if not, you've got the top of the order with Lawson Knight coming up with, at the moment, nobody out.
And we can't see the dugout from our position, but you have to assume they have to be warming somebody up.
If I had to take a guess who it is, my guess would be Jake Beatty.
Now we'll set up here in the top of the 7th.
And Boyd didn't like the setup there.
So we'll walk it off. But runners on the corners, 9-8 here. Gardner-Webb leads. No outs here in the top of the 7th. Boyd's pitch on the way, and it's a bunt up the middle. Boyd able to pick it up. Will throw it to first, and he'll get the first out of the inning. Rossell's picked up at first base.
Advanced Shaler from first to second, so now 2 runners in scoring position, but sacrifice bunt does its job. Like you said, Boyd made sure the runner standing over at third and Capozzi was staying put before sending it over to first. A bit of a lackadaisical throw. You kind of expected him to fire it in there to make sure it was on time, but it was almost a bang-bang play because of how soft the throw was.
Definitely a close call, but now we'll see Lawson Knight up to bat, 2 runners in scoring position. That ball inside, and it will end up clipping him, advancing him to first base and loading the bases. Nightmare scenario if you are Carter Boyd. Only 1 out here on the top of the inning, and all bases loaded here. Still a close game, but giving up a bad pitch can bust it wide open.
Well, App State faced a similar scenario back in the 5th inning where there were runners on second and third with only 1 out. Berezino came into the game and ended up getting a ground out. It went 5-4-3 around the diamond for a double play. So it'll be a mound meeting for App State. Yeah, it looks like a new pitcher is going to be coming into the ball game for Carter Boyd.
Yep, it looks like they're going to chat it up, and we'll see who's coming in after we take a quick break. But David has something first.
Yeah, I wanted to run through Carter Boyd's numbers before he exits this game. 2/3 innings pitched, 2 hits allowed, 1 earned, 2 walks, 1 hit by pitch, a triple, and a homer given up over 18 pitches. As a new arm coming into the game for App State. Doesn't look like my guess was correct. Don't believe it is Jake Beatty.
Yeah. Can never trust you, David, on your predictions.
No, you never can you?
Yeah, well, we'll see who it is after we take this quick break right here on 90.5 WASU. 9-8 still the score here at Jim and Betty Smith Stadium, where Gardner-Webb leads, but App State trying to close out the top of the 7th. Bases are loaded, but checking in for the Mountaineers, number 18, Max Tramontana.
Yeah, Tramontana, 2 seasons ago, spent his true freshman year in Iowa before transferring to App State, where last year he made 19 relief appearances for the Mountaineers. So far this year, Tramontana, 3 appearances through 3 1/3 innings pitched, 8 hits allowed, and 8 earned runs.
Merrick Carter now up to bat for Gardner-Webb, and the first pitch is swung on hard, making an 0-1 count with 1 out left on the board.
Carter is 1 for 1 today with 3 walks.
Next pitch on the way from Tramontana. That one is high, putting ones across the board with balls, strikes, and outs, with bases still loaded here in the high country. Next pitch is a little bit outside, making it 2-1. That one was pretty clear from up here what that one was going to be called. As temperatures continue to drop.
Merrick Carter has a very, very selective eye. We've seen it so far, but his season statistics will tell you if he gets a good one, he can turn and send it a long way.
Next pitch on the way, it's a check swing. They won't say he went around, so making it 3-1. See what Tramontana is able to do to dig himself out of a hole, as a walk extends the lead for Gardner-Webb. His pitch on the way, that one called outside, and they'll go walking in for the 10th run of the game for Gardner-Webb, giving them a 2-run lead, as Ryan Kinnell will be next up to bat for Gardner-Webb.
And Tramontana, 3-1 pitch, you got to at least make it competitive there. That one was nowhere close to the zone. No thought ever entered Merrick Carter's mind about swinging.
We'll see Kinnell now up to bat for Gardner-Webb. Pitch on the way for him. That one is low and called for a ball. See Bennett Shaler very trigger happy on trying to run to home base right now, as that pitch was on the way and he looked like he was about to go flying.
My goodness, some of the strongest wind gusts we've had here so far today, as I'm sure you can hear it whipping through the booth.
That pitch on the way, and it's outside. And David, you talk about those wind gusts. Those are going towards outfield, so definitely in the batter's favor if he is able to make contact.
Ryan Kinnell, 2 strikeouts and 2 singles so far this afternoon. Braxton Church is going to call time and walk out to the mound to meet Tramontana.
Definitely in a precarious situation if you are the Mountaineers.
Yeah, definitely so. Is Church trying to calm down Tramontana a little bit, get him back on the same page as a 5-pitch walk issued just a moment ago to bring in a run. It makes it 10-8. And I think Church right here just coming to the mound and, hey, man, stay calm, cool, collected. We got this. He's currently sitting in a 2-0 count right now with 1 away, and the base is loaded. For a guy who's only got 1 year of experience under his belt, and a bit of a tricky season so far, as I mentioned, 8 earned runs through 2 appearances for Tramontana. Interesting to put the young man in this situation after he has struggled so far this year, but sometimes it's not about what you've done, it's about the person who you are, and Kermit Smith and his coaching staff obviously have a lot of trust in Max to come out in a big situation like this.
2-0 pitch on the way. That one called high, making it 3-0 on the count. Base is still loaded, only 1 out on the board.
That ball came across at eye level.
Now we'll see. Tramontana gets set once again. We'll see what type of pitch is on the way. That one thrown, and that one low, and that will walk Gardner-Webb in for the 11th run of the game. And just when things are getting bad, here comes trouble for App State as number 42, Dale Francis Jr. up to bat. I said plethora of home runs in the series, and a plethora of them today. See if App State's able to answer and stop the bleeding.
This is the last guy you want to see right now is Dale Francis. A 2-run homer in the first to give an early lead for Gardner-Webb. Came back up in the 2nd inning and struck out. But since then, in the 5th and the 6th inning, 2 homers. The one in the 5th brought home 2 runs. The one in the 6th brought around 3.
Pitch on the way, and that one zips by looking, but it'll be called a ball. Definitely borderline call there.
I mean, it doesn't get much harder when you can't find the strike zone, and when you finally do, the umpire doesn't give it to you.
Definitely a questionable call by the ump. This next ball's on the way. That one lower and outside. That one called for a ball, making it 2-0 on the count. Base is still loaded here in the high country. The entire stadium now, for the most part, besides a small part of left field, covered in shadow as that pitch is on the way, and it's swung on hard deep to left field towards the sunshine, and that one is gone. Grand slam, Gardner-Webb, as they just keep it pouring on.
4 home runs for Dale Francis Jr. in this game alone. 5 home runs on the series. And that was a pitch that was inside, that was popped up from Francis, but a combination of the wind and the raw power from the first baseman has that one trail over the left field wall. I mean, what else can you do? What else can you do? You put a fastball high and inside, Francis goes up and gets it, turns on it, and a gust of wind helps carry that ball out. But Dale Francis, he's going to be entering some home run leaderboards leaving this weekend, the NCAA category, because he has owned App State so far in this series. He has accounted for 11 of the 15 runs on the board right now for Gardner-Webb.
Definitely a big player for App State, as we see a mound visit and a substitution coming on the pitcher mound after the grand slam. We're going to find out who it is and what the rest of this inning will hold after this quick break right here on 90.5 WASU. Fifteen to 8 is the score here in the high country as Gardner-Webb leads the Mountaineers as Cody Little comes in at pitcher. David, what do you got about him?
Prior to the 2024 season, Cody Little transferred in from Palm Beach State College, where he was a mainstay in the bullpen for the App State Mountaineers, a guy who they called on a lot last year in big situations. Comes on now.
As his first pitch is on the way and called for a strike as Macias is in the batter's box.
He comes on now in a situation where App State cannot give up any more runs. Gardner-Webb has already brought across 15 through 7 innings.
And the next pitch on the way and is fouled to the right side towards the open field next to Lady and her dog.
Almost hit the person manning the first base camera. Almost went up in the camera well.
Glad they didn't get hit, as now the count is 0-2 with empty bases after a grand slam from Dale Francis Jr., who's definitely had quite the game today. See if the Mountaineers are able to respond later in this game as that pitch is on the way, chopped to the left side to the third baseman, thrown to Juan Correa, but he's off the bag and he will be called safe at first.
Yeah, Figueroa didn't put enough power behind it, and he skipped it to Correa. Not only did not have enough power behind it, but it was well to the right side of first base, so not much Correa can do unless he's trying to get down in the splits, and even then, might need to be in high heels to make sure that that foot stayed on the bag.
That'll be picked up for the second error on the game for the Mountaineers, as Ilgen Fritz is back up to bat for App State. 1 out will remain here on the board in the high country.
Cody Little so far this year, 3 appearances, 5 innings pitched, 14 hits, and 11 earned runs. It's been tough sledding to start the year for Cody.
See if he's able to improve as that pitch is on the way and almost gives him a shave on the pitch as it will clip him. And now we'll see Ilgen Fritz go to first, put a runner on first and second. Next, back up for the Mountaineers is a hitter I believe we saw earlier in this inning, Nick Capozzi.
Indeed, they've gone all the way around the order, only 1 out recorded.
That was a sacrifice bunt earlier this inning.
Capozzi actually had that triple, stood him over on third base. Oh, you're the out you're talking about. Yeah, you're correct. I'm back with you.
Next pitch on the way for Capozzi. That one out and to the right.
But yes, a sacrifice bunt is the only out that App State has, and Capozzi with that double into right field that ended up going into foul territory, nestling itself in the corner, made it a tough time for Riley Luft.
0-1 the count with 1 out on the board. 15-8 still the score. Pitch on the way, swung on hard, making it 6 across the board, 1-1-1.
And low 90s fastball flies in there. With this wind pushing a little bit behind it, might help, but something to also consider, not only does that wind blow out when you make contact, but sometimes it can slow these pitches down just a tad.
Next from Little is swung on hard once again, putting it 1-2, so 1 out remaining.
And for these guys, if somebody's throwing mid to low 90s, a tick or 2 mile an hour off of a fastball to separate their speed of fastball and off speed can be a huge difference maker if you're at the plate.
The wind continues to pick up here in the high country. That is on the way, strike 3 out, and it's tried to be thrown to pick off the runner on first base, but overthrown. He'll advance. So now I believe we have Ilgen Fritz on second and a runner on third. Now 2 runners in scoring position. However, the Mountaineers able to pick up the second out of the inning.
Strikeout in the books for Nick Capozzi. Yeah, that back pick attempt just couldn't be fielded cleanly by Correa. So he had to sprint back to the bag to try and cover it. He was running back to the bag pretty much the same speed as Ilgen Fritz, and ball leaks out into right field, and so now 2 runners in scoring position with 2 away.
Next pitch on the way, and that one is strike. For clarification, Macias is the one on third base. We see Bennett Shaler up to bat.
Shaler, 2 strikeouts looking, 1 swinging, and a walk earlier in this inning.
Next pitch on the way from Little. That one up the middle, chopped to left side, picked up by the third baseman, picked up by Correa to close out the inning with 3 outs, but not before the Mountaineers give up 6 here in the top of the inning to give Gardner-Webb the 15-8 lead. We're going to take a break, take a quick 7th inning stretch. When we come back, we'll have the rest of the 7th right here on 90.5 WASE. 15-8 here in the high country as we're entering the bottom of the 7th inning where Gardner-Webb leads over the Mountaineers. As I believe we will see number 5, Tyler Lichtenberger, go up to bat as David Katzenmaier is doing jumping jacks.
It'll be Tyler Lichtenberger, Tyler Figueroa, and then Joseph Zamora due up here in the bottom of the 7th inning. It's cold, ladies and gentlemen. I got to get the blood pumping a little bit here.
It is icy here in the high country. Definitely a cold one as the sun is starting to set behind the mountains.
It's one of those I wish we had a booth cam for. That was great.
That was an all-time moment right there.
I'm feeling nice and warm now.
Yeah, I might have to start doing that when I'm on color next inning. So we'll see Lichtenberger go up to bat as we will see Mason Manriquez still pitching for Gardner-Webb.
Lichtenberger, a 400 batting average flat coming into this at-bat. So far today, 0 for 1 with a fielder's choice and a hit by pitch.
Pitch on the way for Litch. That one is down the middle and called for a strike, 0-1. For some quick stat updates, 12 hits right now for Gardner-Webb to App State 7. 0 errors for Gardner-Webb. App State has 3. Next pitch, that one is looking once again for Lichtenberger and called for the second strike. Mountaineers is definitely in a precarious situation and need to put up some runs if they want to come back in this ball game. That one on the way. That one swung on, shoots the gap on the left side, and we'll see Lichtenberger advance to first, and he'll stop there as the Mountaineers able to get on base early here in the 7th.
Nice piece of opposite field hitting. As he splits the shortstop and the third baseman and roll out into left. So hopefully Litch is getting us started. App State, they got a mountain to climb, if you will. Down 7 runs with only 3 innings left to go.
Tyler Figueroa back up to bat for the Mountaineers. As just mentioned, Lichtenberger on first base.
Getting jiggy with it. The walk-up song, but if you're not paying attention, it sounds like you're getting figgy with it for Figueroa.
That pitch on the way, that one low and away, that one for ball 1 in the count.
It's got to be the reason why he chose it for his walk-up song, right?
Oh, obviously, definitely.
Getting jiggy with it, getting figgy with it.
Naturally, that's what I would assume.
I mean, fits so perfectly.
Yeah, can't get much better than that. As it is a cold one, folks. Next pitch on the way, swung on. That one tipped foul into the net. 1-1 the count, still 0 outs on the board.
Need somebody at home to start a tally, figure out how many times we've talked about how cold it is.
It's hard not to talk about it. It's all that's going through your mind besides baseball.
It really is. Not a lot of fans remain.
Next pitch on the way, and that one bounced off the turf, but picked up, and no runners will advance, making it 2-1 on the count.
Figueroa 1 for 2 with a double back at the first, ended up scoring a run. In the second, he walked and was left stranded on third base, then flew out to right field in the third, and was a fielder's choice in the 5th.
Pitch on the way for Figueroa. That one called for a strike, evening up the count at 2 apiece. Still 0 outs here in the bottom of the 7th. See Lichtenberger still on first base, taking a lead. Enriquez will look over. Don't believe he'll decide to throw it there. His pitch is on the way. That one high, almost going to the barber shop for a haircut. As that'll fill up the count at 3-2.
High and inside. Yeah, that's scary normally. High and inside, that make contact with you in the cold.
Not a fun feeling.
No, thank you.
That pitch on the way, and that one low and called for a ball. So we'll see Figueroa advance to first, push Lichtenberger to second. As now I believe we'll see Joseph Zamora going up to bat for the Mountaineers.
To the switch hitter. Steps up in against Manriquez. Right now Gardner-Webb, no arm warming up, so Manriquez is the guy unless App State starts to crawl and come back in this one. But this is the perfect opportunity. 2 runners on, nobody away. Best part of the order coming up. Zamora is batting left-handed.
Lefty on righty matchup as that pitch is on the way and will be called looking for a strike.
Borderline.
That one was a little bit on the border as we see Even the scoreboard operator called it a ball, even though the umpire called it a strike. Looks like, or go by what it looked like. Next pitch on the way. That one swung on it. It goes to the right side, but picked up by the first baseman and thrown to Manriquez, and that'll be the first out here in the bottom of the 7th.
Both runners advance, so Zamora does his job. It looked like he might have beaten out that throw a little bit, as running from first to second was Figueroa, and he kind of hesitated trying to block that ball from the sight of the first baseman, Francis Jr. But he wasn't able to do enough. Zamora was still 2 steps behind the throw.
Juan Correa now up to bat as the wind is howling in the high country. His pitch on the way. That one high and dropped by the catcher, but neither runner will advance, as both runners in the scoring position on second and third. Both Tylers. Juan Correa, as their Manriquez taking his time to set up on the mound. Looks like there was a little bit of discussion with the umpire for a second. As the next ball is getting sized up for the pitch, Manriquez will get set. His pitch on the way. Correa is hit by the ball.
That's going to be they're going to say that it hit the back of the helmet of Correa. Shaler, the catcher for Gardner-Webb, immediately trying to plead and say, "I hit his bat. I hit his bat." And technically speaking, even if a pitch goes behind your head, if it hits the barrel sitting there, that's a foul ball. But Correa takes one off the back of the noggin. And now the bases are loaded.
And that can't be a comfortable feeling in this cold weather.
It cannot.
But as David said, bases are loaded as John Kramer up to bat, trying to reinstill some life here in this Mountaineer team, down 15-8 against Gardner-Webb.
Hey, that's why we wear helmets, right?
Yep. Ball on the way for Kramer. That one outside, making it 1-0. Only one out here on the board in the bottom of the 7th. Bases loaded. Mountaineers in prime scoring position. The only question, are they able to capitalize?
Kramer yet to get a hit in this game. He was hit by a pitch, grounded out to the pitcher.
And that ball called high, and for ball 2, making it 2-0, Kramer ahead in the count.
Picked up a sacrifice fly in the 4th with an RBI, and then it reached base on a strikeout after the ball got away from the catcher, Shaler.
Kramer's pitch on the way, and that one up high once again, making it 3-0. Now Manriquez in danger of walking a runner home.
Manriquez starting to lose a little bit of control here. John Kramer poised and collected in the box.
Manriquez pitch on the way. That one down Broadway. 3-1. Now on the count. Next pitch on the way, and that one is well high, and that will see a walk home. App State finally being able to get back on the board against Gardner-Webb. Right there, number 5, Tyler Lichtenberger able to walk home, making it 15-9, but still the bases are loaded as Cam Miller is up to bat for App State.
It's the guy you want up right here. Cam Miller, down by 6.
And here we'll see a mound visit from Gardner-Webb. However, I don't believe we'll see a pitching change as nobody's warming up in their bullpen.
Nah, nothing more than just a quick visit. This is just to pause the game a little bit and give Manriquez a chance to catch his breath and recollect the thoughts, as Shaler and a pitching coach will head out and have a quick word with Manriquez. But Cameron Miller, so far today, walked back in the 1st inning, then flew out to right in the 3rd. Singled in the 4th where he was stranded, and then reached via a fielder's choice where he came around to score in the 6th.
Manriquez definitely under pressure here as the bases are loaded, but especially with Cam Miller up to bat, not the sight you want to see. Gardner-Webb leads 15-9, but that can flip on a dime with a single hit of the bat. So
Miller's got the only home run for App State in this series. It came yesterday. Helped propel App to that 12-7 win over Gardner-Webb, but Mountaineers need 12 and just a few more to get it done here on this chilly Saturday.
Manriquez will get set, sizes up the pitch. On the way for Cam, that one thought about swinging on, but called for ball one, making a 1-0 count with only one out here in the bottom of the seventh.
It was a good job by Bennett Shaler to block that ball after it bounced down in the turf, or else that would have been an easy run in for the Mountaineers.
Next pitch high once again. Manriquez getting a little bit squirrely on some of his pitches, now making a 2-0 count for Cam Miller. Still bases loaded, so if he does what he did last time by walking, it'll bring a runner home.
A little stretch and toss for a right-hander in the Gardner-Webb bullpen.
Next pitch on the way. Thought about swinging out from Cam Miller, but it'll be called a strike anyway.
Fastball high and outside is what it looked like. Guess it caught just the top corner on the outside edge.
Definitely a borderline call right there from the umpire.
A few of those in the last couple innings.
Next pitch on the way. That one swung on hard and against the net, so making it 2-2 after the foul ball. So only one out here in the seventh. Next pitch on the way, and that one is well outside. No doubt there that one was a ball. Filling up the count 3-2. Still only one out, bases loaded, so a lot can come of this next pitch of out or bringing somebody home. Enriquez gets set. His pitch on the way for Cam Miller. That one low and called a ball. And so he'll bring another runner home. App State cutting the lead to 5 now, as Tyler Figueroa able to score as Braxton Church up to bat for App State.
Cam Miller after that walk, I mean, that bat pretty much flew all the way to the entrance of the dugout, and an emphatic yell from Cam after that walk. And Braxton Church, he's had a hot bat so far today. 2 singles and a double, as well as a sacrifice fly for an RBI. So Church has been productive at every single at-bat he's had, but none bigger than this moment right here.
That pitch on the way for Church. Called away for a ball. 1-0 count. Still only one out here in the bottom of the seventh.
Really trying to figure out the shape of this zone right now, because that looked like it was a fastball that caught the outside edge to the left-handed bat of Church. But, again, they got a better view than us.
And that one tipped for foul. Thought that one might fly towards us, David, but
no
it'll
net.
be caught by the net. Without the net, maybe.
Without the net, maybe.
Now 6 across the board, 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. 15-10. Gardner-Webb leads, but App getting some momentum with 3 runners on base. That one outside once again for another ball, making it 2-1. Next pitch on the way from Manriquez. That one is high and off the catcher's glove, but nobody will try and advance.
Looked like that bounced right out of the pocket of Shaler's glove, and they're fortunate that that ball went to the third base side and not the first base side. I think that Correa thought about it for a second, but not only do you not have a very speedy runner standing off on third base, Figueroa, it might be another story, but Correa decides to stay put and play it safe.
3-1 count. 1 out. Pitch on the way. That one swung on hard. It's popped way up into the air. But that one will be foul on the left side, filling the count at 3-2 and making another at-bat oh so critical.
Yeah, both dugouts up on the railings. You can hear the chirping. A lot of chatter going on. It's a huge moment here for Braxton Church, as 2 runs have come across for the Mountaineers via the walk.
Pitch on the way for Church. That one swung on hard, almost to the exact same position as last time. Left side foul, keeping the at-bat alive.
Both are going over the App State dugout and landing near the indoor practice facility down the third base side.
Yeah, almost identical hits right there. 3-2, still only 1 out. 15-10, bases loaded. Pitch on the way. That one swung on, and that one goes over me and David's head. And that one out, as you can hear over the PA. He is staying alive there at bat.
There's been a lot dancing around us. We just need a nice little gingerly popped up foul ball.
Yeah.
I mean, right now I'm rooting for one to leave the park, but out in fair territory instead of foul.
But if you're hitting them foul, it might as well come to us.
Exactly.
Manriquez sizes up the pitch. His is on the way, and that one right down the middle for strike 3. That'll close out Braxton Church as he'll go sit back down on the pews, as that'll be the second out of the inning.
I see what you did there.
I got to make it.
It's just one of those pitches that maybe a typical strike zone, that's called ball 4, but with the lumpy strike zone that we've had today, it's going to get called for strike 3 every single time, and Braxton Church thought he had a free trip down to first, but nevertheless, Riley Luft, big situation. Bases are still loaded, but 2 are gone.
Luft now up to bat. No sacrifice flies available now for the Mountaineers. Only in play hits. So that ball on the way and low for ball 1.
Good job from Shaler blocking it up, but Riley Luft, there's a guy who's come through in big moments in the last couple weeks. It has been number 8 yesterday. Diving catch in the 7th inning to help stop a rally. Had himself a triple in the game yesterday as well that got the offense going. I mean, how perfect of a moment would it be for your first home run as a Mountaineer?
It definitely would be an exciting one, as Shaler looks like he got an additional glove to put under his catcher's mitt. Probably that cold air, like with the cold air out here, hard impact.
The cold air is probably stiffening up the glove a little bit, so he needs a bit better grip to try and squeeze it closed.
Next pitch on the way, and that one bounces off of Riley Luft as he'll hit the ground hard as it hit right there on his left shoulder.
Looked like it either hit his left shoulder, it looked like it hit the left hand from this vantage point, and you could tell immediately the way he hit the ground in some pain. So scary when that ball makes contact with the hand, because it's going to make contact with the bat, and you just hope that nothing's fractured or broken, and that's just one of the scary parts about getting it in the hand. But Riley Luft being checked out.
Able to stand back up.
Yeah, it looks like he might be able to stay in this one.
Yeah, it looks like it just might have hit him in a bad position. No matter who you're cheering for, you never want to see a player injured. So.
No, never at all. And Luft is getting it up, and he's got a smile on his face. He'll head down to first.
So definitely a good side right there from number 8. As we'll see, number 11, Dylan Moquid, step up to bat. What?
I was going to say, even though it was overshadowed, a run comes in for App State. So Dylan Moquid represents the tying run coming to the plate for App State. 15-11, Gardner-Webb leads. And App State, with 3 runs across the board in this inning, has yet to get a hit in the bottom of the 7th.
Definitely an interesting circumstance of how they're able to get here. That first pitch on the way, and it's outside for ball 1 for Moquid.
Excuse me, there's been one hit, but it's been quite some time. Tyler Lichtenberger led off the inning, it feels like an hour ago, with a single. Subsequently, Figueroa walked. Zamora grounded out to first.
Next pitch on the way, thinks about swinging on it, but good pick not to, as it was called a ball. 2-0 the count.
Then Correa was hit by a pitch to load the bases. Kramer walked and scored an RBI. Cam Miller walked and picked up an RBI. Then Braxton Church was rung up looking on a borderline strike 3. Now Riley Luft picks up an RBI with that hit by pitch.
And now we'll see a mound visit, as this looks like might be the end of the night for Mason Manriquez.
Looks like it will be. But Manriquez, he'll finish with 1 1/3 innings pitched. 1 hit allowed, but 3 earned runs, 3 walks, 2 strikeouts. And he will leave the bases loaded with 2 outs for new pitcher for Gardner-Webb.
And we'll figure out who that pitcher is and how the rest of this inning will shape up for the Mountaineers as we take a quick break right here on 90.5 WASU. 15-11 is the score here in the high country, but Mountaineers are starting to heat up on a chilly night as Jaden Stockton coming in for Gardner-Webb. However, Mountaineers came into the bottom of this inning down 15-8, have scored 3 runs, mainly off of walks and hit by pitches.
Jaden Stockton, one of the best pitchers for Gardner-Webb so far this year. 4 innings pitched, only 2 hits allowed, no earned runs, 6 strikeouts, and 3 walks. So they call on one of the best out of the Gardner-Webb bullpen, try and shut down this rally from App State.
Definitely the guy you would look to if you are the running Bulldogs. Dylan Moquin back up to bat, 2-0 count. First pitch on the way, that one's low for ball 3. So definitely a lot of pressure as bases are still loaded here in the high country.
You could tell the velocity difference. That's sitting in the mid-90s or low to mid-90s on that fastball from Stockton.
Next pitch on the way, that one well inside. Maybe a pitch, Dylan Moquin there, as they'll bring another ball in, or another runner in, making it 15-12 here in the high country, separating them only by 3 runs as App State keeps pouring it on.
And so far in this inning, there have been 1, 2, 3 walks, and 1, 2, 3 hit by pitches.
Definitely costly if you are Gardner-Webb. That's not what you want to see as bases remain loaded. As here we see Tyler Lichtenberger step up to bat as there is a beautiful sunrise forming over Jim and Betty Smith Stadium. Pitch on the way. That one swung on hard to left side, but that one will be drawn foul.
I know this game's felt like forever, Bobby, but the sun isn't rising just yet. It's got to go down first.
That definitely is true. I meant to say sunset.
It's a beautiful sunset, though.
Yeah. Didn't realize my words
Yeah,
right
you know
there.
I had to pull your leg for that one.
Of course. Next pitch on the way. That one inside again. That'll be 1-1 on the count.
Lichtenberger led off this inning with a single, ended up coming around and scoring a run. So we're back around to where we started.
Before this pitch, I want to give a quick shout out to the security detail, Kai, for giving us some very warm hot dogs during the break.
Can't wait.
I'm excited to have one of those, as that next one is a ball, making it a 2-1 count. But Kai coming in clutch here for the broadcast, allowing us to stay nourished and warm, hopefully, on this chilly night.
Man, Cam Miller's still over on third base. The inning keeps going like this. He might be out there and get ready to be up to bat again.
Next pitch on the way. That one is up the middle, and that will go towards center field as one runner home. And on the second, now brings it back home, cutting the lead to 1. App State, huge hit right there from Lichtenberger to bring him right back in this thing.
Tyler Lichtenberger, another freshman sensation. A huge hit, a rocket back up the middle. Ball sneaks under the diving glove of the shortstop Kennel. Brings 2 home. And App State, with the second hit of the inning, now has brought 6 runs across in the bottom of the 7th.
Definitely a great way to respond after a struggling top of the 7th. Now we see Figueroa back up to bat for the Mountaineers. They've gone through the entire pitching lineup, and that one is well outside for ball 1. But definitely a great momentum push for the Mountaineers as Lichtenberger able to bring them home, cutting it to 1. 15-4, 15-14 is the score, my apologies. It'd be a lot different story if it was 15-4. Next pitch on the way, high, and called for ball 2.
Welcome to college baseball. There's been 29 total runs scored in 7 innings.
And we still got 2 remaining. 2 outs on the board.
Come on, Figgy.
Ball on the way. That one swung on hard to right side and out for a foul. That one 2-1 on the count.
Figueroa, his 6th plate appearance, 2nd of the inning. Couldn't tell if that was a car or a sound effect.
I think that was a sound effect.
I think it was. It had me scared a little bit there, but yeah, Figueroa walked and scored a run earlier.
That pitch on the way, high once again, making it 3-1, putting Stockton at a hole.
You got runners on first and second, so there is an unoccupied base, but of course you never want to get into another bases loaded scenario, but that tying run stands on second, the go-ahead run on first.
That one up and away, called for ball 4, and now bases loaded once again here in Jim and Betty Smith Stadium, and the pressure right back on the running Bulldogs as we'll see Joseph Zamora go back up to bat.
12th batter of the inning is the switch-hitting second baseman.
Definitely getting plenty of reps here.
Tying run 90 feet away.
As bases are loaded, as David alluded to.
Riley Luft on third, Tyler Lichtenberger on second, and Tyler Figueroa on first.
Pitch on the way for Zamora. He swings hard. That one driven left, but foul.
That's where you need the magic of the blonde hair to come out.
Exactly.
Zamora with the recent hair, or the recent hairdo.
See if that yellow color will add some lightning to the ball. As next pitch on the way. Swung on hard once again, chopped up the middle, and it will be picked up and called for the third out of the inning, but not before App State was able to form a little bit of a rally and cut the lead to 1 after being down 15 to, I believe, 8 at the beginning of this inning. They were able to cut it 15 to 14, so still anybody's ball game, as David Katzenmaier will take back over on play-by-play after this break on 90.5 WASU.
$15 to 14, the running Bulldogs of Gardner-Webb leading the App State Mountaineers as we enter the top of the 8th inning. Cody Little back out to pitch, and the first one he sends home will sneak up the middle for a base hit. So Gardner-Webb picking up right where they left off after bringing in 6 runs in the top of the 7th inning, and leads off with a single in the top of the 8th.
I believe that was a pinch hitter, and Aaron Morgan stepping in for the Bulldogs. Interesting situation. I believe he's pitching a pinch hitter now for Ethan Rousseau.
So Lawson Knight back to the top of the order. Steps in. Runner on first, nobody out. Long hold here from Cody Little. Very long hold. Pitch clock winding down. As the batter now going to call timeout. And that's what Little was trying to do, play some mind games. And so Knight elects to call timeout, step out of the box. Remember, you only get 1 timeout per at-bat, so for Cody Little to force it before a pitch is even thrown, playing some mind games is Cody. But I hope he got a little rest and maybe even a nap in the dugout in between innings, as App State brought across 6 runs in the bottom of the 7th. They were down 15 to 8 entering that inning, and now have brought it within 1 run. But the pitching staff got to do their job and hold Gardner-Webb here. Next pitch home, grounded over towards Shirt. Flip to second, over to first, and double play could not be converted. The out is recorded out at shortstop, or out at second base. Lichtenberger flipped it over. As it looks like Joseph Zamora still playing out at second base, but Zamora in between innings, he put the arm sleeves on. Looks like he's got a bit of a ski mask or a balaclava.
I don't blame him.
Whatever you want to call it, yeah. Joseph Moore, I didn't recognize him at first. So the lead runner is out. Advancing via fielder's choice is Knight. Now stepping up to the plate, the only left-handed bat in the order, Merrick Carter. Carter, a hit earlier in today's game, waits patiently. Little, set at the belt, flings it back over towards first base, steps off the rubber and sends a pickoff move to Juan Correa. Back easily in time is Knight.
And Little once again draining pretty much all of the pitch clock right there. Once again playing some of those mind games you were talking about a moment ago, David.
Cody, set at the belt, sends it home. Breaking ball misses inside on the left-handed bat of Carter. But you really don't blame Cody Little for trying to hold on Knight for as long as he can. 11 stolen bases on 11 attempts through 11 games for Gardner-Webb. Next pitch misses just outside for Cody Little, so 3 balls, no strikes, 1 out in the top of the 8th and a runner on first. Our umpire from first base is going to call time. Looks like an equipment issue between Lawson Knight, first base coach. Bobby hopping up and down, trying to stay warm. I know it is. It's getting frigid. There are not very many fans left here. Right now, temperature sitting about 40 degrees with the wind chill bringing it down to about 30. So not a very fun climate to watch some baseball. Cody Little pours in a strike there. He's battling the elements just like everybody else down on the field. 3 balls and 1 strike. Now in the 2-hole hitter, Carter. Little takes a look back towards first, now focuses his attention to home. Another long hold, lifts the leg, fires, and it will be a called strike. Check swing. Didn't look like he went around, but it won't matter as that one catches the inside lower part of the zone. Full count for Cody Little. 1 man on, App State down by a run in the top of the 8th. Quick pickoff move is Cody barely even came set back to home before he tried to throw back to Lawson Knight. Cody Little doing a good job in mixing his holds so Knight doesn't get a good jump off him. Little looks into Church, gives a nod, lifts the left leg, sends it home, and it will be ball 4. That one just misses outside to the left-handed bat, so Carter will go occupy first. Trotting over to second will be Lawson Knight, and it'll bring up Ryan Kennel, their shortstop.
Unfortunate position right there for App State as you built a lot of momentum in the bottom of that 7th inning, responding with 6 runs of your own. The last thing you want to be seeing is putting guys back on base. You really want to get out of this inning and put up some more runs in the bottom of the 8th.
Righty-righty matchup. Little a long look back to second before sending a fastball home, and it'll get Braxton Church out of the catcher's position, having him block it up in the left-handed batter's box. Kennel, 2 strikeouts, 2 singles, and a walk so far today. Little looks back to first now, lifts the leg, sends one home. This one's hit down the first base side in foul territory. It's creeping its way over towards the hill. A couple fans will run over and grab it. You know, there's a couple kids who have pleaded to their parents, we got to stay, we got to get a foul ball. I bet those 2 kids are pretty happy about that decision.
Yep, definitely was the right one, as they might also be seeing an exciting finish.
Most of the illumination on the field coming from the lights as the sun pretty much all out of reach. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out, 2 runners on. Swinging another foul ball for Cannell.
And you'll take those strike calls how you can get them, foul ball or not. Now you're ahead in the count. If you are Cody Little, a little bit more of a comfortable position. You really want to pick up an out right here. With 2 runners on base, you want to have as much leverage as you can with 2 on the board.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Home to Cannell. Another foul ball over the Gardner-Webb dugout. We'll reset and try the 1-2 once again. Standing on deck, is Dale Francis Jr. And App State fans, that name's going to haunt him for quite some time. 4 home runs in this game. Brings him to 6 total on the season. Puts him in the top 10 in all of NCAA Division I baseball. But right now, the focus on Cannell. The 1-2 count from Cody Little. Swung on, and another identical foul ball. 3 in a row, to be exact, that have gone right over that G-Dub dugout. Excuse me.
That's the word for it, but he definitely loves that spot to hit right now.
So cold, my lips are freezing up on me a little bit.
Definitely is interesting to see it go there every single time. It's been different pitches, just same placement.
The 1-2 pitch from Cody Little. He'll look back towards second. Long look back at Knight. Now finally lifts the leg. Sends it home, and it'll skim off the back of Ryan Cannell. Stealing was Lawson Knight. The hit by pitch will eliminate that attempt, but the bases are now loaded with 1 away in the top of the 8th inning. It feels like App State's singing the same song they did just an inning ago, where the bases are juiced for Dale Francis Jr.
And this is absolutely the worst case scenario. If you are Cody Little, you're ahead on the count, and not only do you throw a wild pitch, you hit him, allowing him to advance and load the bases with now Gardner-Webb's best hitter going up to bat.
App State is going to intentionally walk Dale Francis Jr. The bases are loaded, and the Mountaineers elect to send the Gardner-Webb first baseman 90 feet down the right field line instead of pitch to him for the 6th time today.
That's like Barry Bonds out there for Gardner-Webb.
I mean, he's hit 4 homers. You got to respect it, right?
That is the ultimate sign of respect right there for the first baseman. I can't tell you that any time I've seen that in person, intentionally walk with the bases loaded.
Cody Little with our new batter pours in a strike. So an 0-1 count to get things started against Macias. Garrett Macias 1 for 4 today. Cody Little sends the next one in. Breaking ball slides across the plate for a called strike. 0-2 the count.
Cody Little now throwing some fire across the plate. Looks like he's a lot more confident pitching against him than Francis.
No balls and 2 strikes. Bases are loaded. Cody Little comes home with it. And it will be fouled over the Gardner-Webb bullpen. Become another souvenir. It's been a popular spot for G-Dub batters.
It is.
Here this inning.
Especially the lefties.
Macias steps back in the box, taps home plate. Righty-righty matchup. The glove covering the face of Cody Little. Now comes set to the chest. Lifts the leg, fires home. And that pitch misses just outside. A breaking ball slid a bit too far for the umpire's liking.
And negating the opportunity for a double play, outside of this, you still got work to do after this out. Still a lot of work to be done for Cody Little.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Pitch comes home. Cold strike 3. Catch the outside corner with a fastball. Cody Little sits down Macias. So now 2 away, bases loaded. It'll bring up Matt Ilgenfritz. Ilgenfritz a double back in the first, a strikeout looking in the third, a single in the 5th, a ground out to second in the 6th, then he was hit by pitch in the 7th. All sorts of wild and wacky ways to find your way on base for both these 2 squads today. Breaking ball misses down in the dirt for ball 1 on Ilgenfritz.
Now with that intentional walk earlier for Francis Jr., 2-run lead for Gardner-Webb gives him a little bit more of a cushion going into the final stretch of this game.
Next pitch, swing and a miss. Cody Little evens up the count at 1-1. Bases are loaded. Gardner-Webb leading 16-14. 1-1 pitch on the way. Got him out in front. Another swing and a miss. And Cody Little, 1 pitch away from getting out of a bases-loaded jam. The only run that's come across in this inning was an intentional walk to Dale Francis Jr. The 1-2 from Little. Foul ball as that one was screaming towards the Gardner-Webb dugout, having to almost dive out of the way.
Nick Capozzi
Was
had
Nick
a dodge.
Capozzi?
Yeah. Definitely a close one.
I'll tell you, that ball came off the bat so fast that Capozzi didn't even react until pretty much after that ball was off the backstop and heading back towards home plate. The 1-2 pitch for Little. Breaking ball is fouled off. Hits the net above the Gardner-Webb dugout. So we'll reset and try once again. Cody Little found himself in a precarious situation with the bases loaded and one away. He now finds himself leading the 2-out count with a ball and 2 strikes. Little, a long look into Braxton Church, lifts the leg, fires it home, and another foul ball. A great fight right now from Matt Ilgenfritz.
Making the right side of the field look like a gift shop, the amount of souvenirs they might be giving out with these foul balls. Just same place over and over again.
Bases juice for Gardner-Webb. 2 away. We'll try the 1-2 pitch once again. Swing and a miss. Cody Little leaves the bases loaded. Only 1 run comes across for Gardner-Webb. And while you might have been scratching your head about an intentional walk with the bases loaded, makes all the more sense now. Only 1 across for Gardner-Webb. It's a 16-14 run lead for the running Bulldogs. App State back up to bat in the bottom of the 8th when we return on 90.5 WASU. (16-14), your scores. We welcome you back into Jim and Betty Smith Stadium on 90.5 WASU, where the Gardner-Webb running Bulldogs are leading the App State Mountaineers 16-14. For App, it will be Juan Correa, John Kramer, and Cam Miller. The 3, 4, 5 due up, the heart of the order. Ready to get going in a big situation in the bottom of the 8th. David Katzenmaier and Bobby Phillips welcoming you back in as Stockton pours in the first pitch and off speed. That's a cold strike. And the scouting report, for the most part, against Juan Correa, unless you can place a fastball perfectly, lob the off speed. There's another one, and Correa swings through it. A lot of movement on that slider. No balls and 2 strikes on Correa. Next pitch down in the dirt. As I believe, well, Shaler is still in at the catcher position. He was pinch hit for by Aaron Morgan in the previous inning, but Shaler continuing his duties behind the dish. Now 1 ball and 2 strikes on Correa. Stockton, the righty, delivers, and he blows a fastball by Juan.
And App State has to be careful right now because this is one of their final opportunities to come back and win this game. You have the bottom of the 8th and then presumably the top of the 9th if you're not able to score 3 runs here in the bottom and shut out Gardner-Webb. But really, you got to take advantage with the opportunities you're given, and time is running out for the Mountaineers.
So John Kramer, lefty bat for the Mountaineers, digs in. Kramer batting .350 so far this year. His fastball just misses his hands. Had to pull it out of the way. But Kramer transferred in from Ole Miss, his first season here as a Mountaineer, as he swats this one on the ground, first base side. splits the first and second baseman, so Kramer, ball 100+ miles an hour off the bat, rips its way through the turf for a single, and now the tying run with Cameron Miller digs in at the dish.
And Cam Miller's the guy you like to see. I think we've said this about 5 different times this game, is about him hitting that home run last game. If you're able to knock that down, you tie this thing right back up, and it's anybody's ball game at that point.
Cam Miller 0 for 2 today. Has a homer in this series. Ball down to the dirt, a breaking ball delivered by Stockton. Cam Miller never even thought about swinging. 1 ball, no strikes. 1 out in the bottom of the 8th. John Kramer stands off first. Cam Miller represents the tying run. Stockton looks in, now delivers. Miller sees a strike go by, as that one broke across the plate. Leads us to a 1-1 count. Stockton, one of the best pitchers for Gardner-Webb, was knocked around a bit in the bottom of the 7th, trying to rectify it here in the 8th. Another breaking ball goes across the plate but misses low. 2 balls and a strike on Cameron Miller. It's twilight here in the high country. Can Cam Miller make a splash? Stockton with the nod, sends it in, and a fastball misses upstairs. 3 balls and 1 strike on the designated hitter for App State.
Definitely putting himself in a hole against Cam Miller, one of the better hitters, so Miller can really have his pick on what pitches you want to swing on or not.
Miller waving the bat around, now puts it on the shoulder. Stockton comes set at the belt. Looks into Shaler, now delivers the pitch. Miller holds off. And it will be called a strike. It was a check swing. Either way, strike called from behind the dish. Now a full count on Cameron Miller, representing the tying run. Stockton delivers, Miller swings, and a foul ball it looks to be. As that one ricocheted off the chest of Shaler, he kind of went a little barrel roll from out behind home plate.
For a second, I got concerned. I thought he was severely hurt.
I thought he got hit by the bat for a second, but thankfully,
okay. Yeah.
Thankfully it was just a foul ball. Looks like there's a right-handed arm warming up in the Gardner-Webb bullpen if need be. Full count offering to Cam Miller. Swung on and pulled foul down the third baseline. Miller was in front of that off-speed pitch. But right now, App State took an early 3-2 lead all the way back in the first inning. At one point, held a 7-3 lead, but not before Gardner-Webb was able to pull it back and bring across 4 in the 6th inning to make it 9-7. The lead would extend 15-7 before App State brings across 6 runs in the bottom of the 7th inning. Full count offering to Cam Miller. Cold ball 4. The 3rd walk of the day for the designated hitter. And all of a sudden, the go-ahead run in the bottom of the 8th steps up to the dish in Braxton Church. And Church has had himself a great day so far for the Mountaineers. 3 hits, an RBI sacrifice fly, but the most recent at-bat, a strikeout looking, but you can give him some grace on that with how well he's done. And that strikeout, if you recall back to the previous inning, very borderline. Miller swings at Church swings at the first one he sees, fouls it off his foot. That ball rolls out into the infield, and our umpire standing off second base gives it a nice little throwback to the App State dugout.
You can tell that ricocheting off his foot caused him some discomfort as Church starting to stretch it out, trying to get pain out of his foot as now it's starting to walk a little funny.
It's just one of those that it's so cold out here that any contact like that, not only on something like that is it going to ring your hands up because you didn't make contact with the barrel, but it's just added pain when you end up rolling one off your ankle. And so Braxton Church is going to get taken a look at by the training staff, make sure that he is all good to go, as he's got a shin guard on that right leg, but if you don't have something protecting the toes and that ball just comes down at an awkward angle, it can hurt. It's one of those situations where in rare instances, you see broken toes or fractured ankles, and looks like Braxton Church just needed a second, take a breather. They check him out. Looks like he is all good. And so Church, after a painful strike, finds himself at an 0-1 count. John Kramer stands off second. Cameron Miller off of first. Stockton looks at the pitch comm, has his sign, sets at the belt, delivers the 0-1 home, and Church, a sawed-off swing, brings it to an 0-2 count with one away here in the bottom of the 8th.
Definitely a pressure-filled situation with 2 runners on base. Really a prime position to at least bring some runs in. If you're the Mountaineers, you really got to pay attention.
The 0-2 home to Church. Breaking ball swung on and missed. Shaler cleans it up, makes sure that one doesn't touch the dirt. And so with the tying run standing on first base, there are now 2 outs in the bottom of the 8th inning, and another freshman finds himself in a big moment. Riley Luft from Boca Raton, Florida, has already impressed, picking up 8 hits on the year so far. Stockton, first pitch to him is a breaking ball that's slapped out of play, back behind the netting. But Riley Luft, a line out to the shortstop in the first, singled in the third, struck out in the fourth, picked up an RBI and a fielder's choice in the 6th, and was hit by a pitch in the 7th. Another breaking ball, this one misses the zone. Luft backs out of the box, takes a second. Now is ready to step back in. 16-14, App State down. Tying run on first in Cam Miller. Luft watches a fastball miss down low. 2 balls and a strike now with 2 away.
Definitely a big play that could be brought up here. He had another really big play in the 8th inning against Gardner-Webb last time out, so can really hopefully do it again.
The 2-1 to Luft. Swung on. Hit towards the shortstop position. Cannell goes to second and will get the force out. Cameron Miller is out at second base. No runs come in to score. 1 left stranded for the Mountaineers. So a bit of a rally is quelled by Jaden Stockton and the running Bulldogs. 1 inning left to go. App State down 16-14. They hope to hold Gardner-Webb there for a chance at a walk-off in the bottom of the 9th. We'll see what happens. We return to 90.5 WASU in just a moment. Cody Little readies and delivers the first pitch of the 9th inning. It's a fly ball from Capozzi out towards center. Running in and making the catch will be Dylan Moquin. So 1 pitch and 1 out as we welcome you back to Jim and Betty Smith Stadium on the campus of Appalachian State University. The Mountaineers find themselves down 16-14 to the running Bulldogs. with one away in the top of the ninth. It's the 7, 8, 9 hitters. Due up is Bennett Shaler, ready to dig in from the right side for Gardner-Webb.
As the wind is picking up here.
Sun might have gone down, but the wind has not gone away. This ball skied straight up into the air. Looks to be playable in foul territory. Braxton Church calls everybody off and makes the catch right next to the App State script behind home plate. Making quick work of Gardner-Webb here in the top of the ninth inning is Cody Little, the right-hander. Now ready to see Aaron Morgan for the second time. Morgan in the 8th inning came in and pinch hit for Ethan Rosal. Morgan singled. Little first offering to him, righty-righty matchup, cold strike on the bottom outside part of the zone.
Really, if you're App State, you're trying to get out of this side of the inning as quick as possible and let your batters go up and try and get some big runs and come back.
The 0-1 and off speed, misses high and inside. Ball came in tight up next to the hands of Morgan. 1 ball and 1 strike. Cody Little delivers. This one's pieced out towards center field. Moken arranging back on it. Hits the brakes, camps, and has it. A quick 1-2-3 inning for the Mountaineers. Secures some momentum as we head into the bottom of the ninth. The Mountaineers need 2 runs to stay alive, 3 runs to win it. When we come back, Jim and Betty Smith Stadium here in Boone, North Carolina. It's the final call for the App State Mountaineers as we welcome you back in for the bottom of the ninth. The Gardner-Webb running Bulldogs lead App State 16-14. It will be the 8-9 one-hitters. Due up for App State, the left-handed bat of Dylan Moquin will get things started as the first pitch is popped up straight into the air out of the hands of Stockton in foul territory. The catch is made quickly and easily by Gardner-Webb.
And that's not what you want to give up on your first at-bat. And the first pitch at you, Milkwood with the pop fly, you really got to get something going. You want to minimize as many outs as possible when you're trying to rally in these final moments.
Tyler Lichtenberger now stands in. Another lefty bat against the right-handed pitcher of Jaden Stockton. 1 away, Mountaineers need 2 to extend this game. First pitch home is a fastball called for a strike on the inside edge. Tyler Lichtenberger, a pair of hits in the 7th inning. Before that, he was hit by a pitch. Picked up an RBI and a fielder's choice. He lined out to the shortstop.
Mountaineers already really digging themselves in a hole, now down 0-2 for Lichtenberger.
He was way out in front of the breaking ball.
Now trying to dig themselves out.
Nope. No balls and 2 strikes. Tyler Figueroa stands on deck. Stockton delivers one home, and it will be fouled against the netting behind the plate.
One of these days, David, they should take out the netting so we can catch the ball. Just for us.
Just for us.
Just for us. They should cut a hole directly towards where it would.
I agree. I think
they should calculate the trajectory.
Cut a couple holes and get the trajectory. I'm down for that.
Yeah,
Maybe we don't take the whole net away, but I'm down for that. The 0-2 pitch, swing and a miss. Lichtenberger will head down to first. As a formality, Shaler dropped the third strike. Throw is in time down to first base, and quietly, 2 outs in the bottom of the ninth. Final chance for App State comes from Tyler Figueroa. Figueroa back around for the, I believe, 6th time, excuse me. First pitch he sees, misses the zone. So 1 ball and no strikes on Tyler Figueroa. The 1-0 pitch from Stockton misses everything. Looks like he wasn't sure if it was early on his release or if his foot got caught in the turf, but some part of the operation went awry. As that ball soars over the head of Shaler, and everybody goes to the backstop.
And that, he got lucky there was no runners on base, because they would have went running if they saw a pitch like that.
2 balls and no strikes. 2 away in the bottom of the ninth. Figueroa lays off a fastball high and outside. So now 3 balls and no strikes with Joseph Zamora waiting on deck. App State down 16-14, down to their final out. Here's the 3-0. Strike called on the inside part of the plate. Figueroa is ready to throw the bat back to the dugout and take his base, but does not get the call. 3 balls and a strike. Stockton delivers. That one misses outside. A no-doubter. As Tyler Figueroa tosses the bat, and it brings the tying run up to the plate in the form of Joseph Zamora.
Definitely a big at-bat right here, as if he's able to get it out of here, or both of them are able to come home, and one way or another, you tie it up and you can send it to extras, but you will at least keep the game alive by getting on base here.
So that was Tyler Figueroa's 7th plate appearance, and here is Zamora's 7th plate appearance. First pitch home to him, right down Broadway. No balls and a strike on Joseph Zamora, representing the tying run, standing at home. Zamora, 3 walks in this game, is yet to get a hit, as this one is lined out towards center field. It's going to get down. Figueroa around second, all the way to third. So the tying run is on. Joseph Zamora, with his first hit of the day, finds himself safe standing on first. Tyler Figueroa 90 feet away, representing the 15th run for App State. And Juan Correa stands in at the dish. If there's a guy that you want up, it's either Correa, it's John Kramer, or it's Cam Miller, and you're about to hit that part of the order if Correa is able to get on base. 5 home runs so far this year for Juan. Runners on the corners. First pitch, swing and a miss. Might have caught a piece of it, but the formula today for Gardner-Webb has been throw breaking balls to Correa. He has yet to figure out how to hit them. Count sits at 0-1. The pitch from Stockton, swung on, grounded over towards third base. It's bobbled. The throw to first will be in time. It was a low throw, but it's picked by Dale Francis Jr. Correa not fast enough to get there safe, and that will do it. The Mountaineers will leave 2 stranded, totaling 12 stranded runners in this game, as Gardner-Webb pulls out a lengthy victory, 16-14 over App State.
Mountaineers right there trying to do all they could do to put runners in position to score, but those 2 outs early on really came back to bite them, and I think what's really costing them in that 9th inning. Unfortunate loss for the Mountaineers, but still a very great game all around from both teams. So a lot to build on for these Mountaineers as they will face them at Hickory tomorrow.
Yeah, and unfortunately, due to the scenery switch because of the weather, there will be no WSU broadcast for tomorrow, so we apologize about that. However, there will be some spring volleyball right here on YouTube, so you do not want to miss that. 1 of 3 matches coming up from the high country this spring for volleyball, but thank you so much for tuning in to 90.5 WASU. Once again, Gardner-Webb running Bulldogs, a 16-14 victory over the App State Mountaineers. 13 hits for Gardner-Webb, no errors, 11 hits for App State. and 3 errors. Tomorrow, your Mountaineers will take on Gardner-Webb in the rubber match in Hickory. For myself, David Katzenmaier, and Bobby Phillips, so thank you so much for tuning in on 90.5 WASU. Hope you have a fantastic and safe rest of your night. And as always,
and warm.
And warm. Goodness gracious. Please stay warm if you're here in the high country. But we say so long from Jim and Betty Smith Stadium. We hope you have a